host Eric. I'm host talking with people. I'm here with my delightful and beautiful wife Rachel.
Hi. Thank
She's a
you.
little under the weather. She's got a little bit of cold.
I do. My dad thought I have the flu. I don't think I have the flu.
I don't think you either.
I feel like I would feel like I was
You'd be more
dying.
achy and
Yeah, and like sweat, profusely sweating.
you
And
probably
throwing
wouldn't,
up too,
and
I
probably not
think.
have enough energy to get up really and do stuff. So,
Yeah.
so anyway, yeah, Rachel's a little under the weather.
That's a good way of putting it. Under the weather.
I I think I'm still undecided as to whether I'm going to get sick or
And I
not.
think you're done. I
I
think you
think
are lucky
I've
you're over the
successfully
hump of
fought it
it.
off.
I'm
Fought it
like
off.
on the hump.
Yeah. Is this really all just a sim? A big
Yeah,
simulation?
why can't I get? Why do I? Why am I with?
Well, he's sitting right next to you. That's the other thing. It's like you don't seem to like give him credit for when he
I
wins
know, I
again. You
know,
know.
I know, I know, but I do. I let people know that he like really has like come around to like look.
When you come around.
Oh yes, no, he really likes it. He knows like I feel like he thinks he's like the man, you know.
Yeah.
Before I couldn't even get close, and he'd go swipe.
Yeah.
Now he's like peaceful. And I feel like he guards me too. Like when he sits over here, like he's like guarding me.
I mean, what he's doing is blockading you from Capillo, probably.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, puss,
Oh,
puss,
that's
puss, puss,
sad.
puss.
That's really sad.
The ghost. Hello, how are you? Psst, 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 psst. Are we in a simulation? Well, almost certainly not. But
Mm-hmm.
if we were going to point to reasons why maybe we are, the fact that we fit so neatly into types adds to my thinking that it is indeed a simulation. You're doing great. The ghost is doing great. How are we doing? I think yeah, we're doing quite well.
I'm like a 6 or a 7. You know, like I feel crummy. I think comes with the territory of having a cold.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm alive. I'm good. I slept weird and like my hip, like
I mean, the bottom line is SI subjective discomfort is a lot less crippling than FI subjective discomfort.
hmm.
I'd rather be sick than depressed.
Yeah, I don't think I'm depressed.
The all too common deep philosophical question of whether this is all simulation never fails to be an ultimately uninteresting point of inquiry, doesn't it? Well, it's actually in this instance just a segue means to get to the actual topics I have, which are things that I have trouble believing.
Simulation theory.
I mean, I don't ascribe to simulation theory in part because it even there's no way to falsify it, you know. So it doesn't really matter what position one wants on that. But what I'm talking about is things that I can't get my mind around. Like I cannot get my mind around the reality that typology is the metaframe. I am exclusively articulating it correctly in a world with billions of people. How could that possibly be the case that like it, I happen to be that one person who's figured it out, right? That's not usually the way shit works. I like to talk about the plate tectonics guy and how the whole scientific community ascribed to the expanding Earth explanation for continental movement. He presented continental drift and plate tectonics as everybody said it was pseudoscience. Eventually, he was proved right and everybody else was proved wrong after he was dead. Well, E3 Zombie, um, it might be the case that other people are. I guess what I should say is I'm exclusively articulating stuff correctly as a typologist producing content on the subject, right? It may be the case that people who aren't producing any content on the subject are also independently correct, um, but it's not the case that I've encountered other typology people who can reliably be expected to do things correctly. Was I at Waterloo? Uh, yeah,
Oh,
wasn't my best day because what a lot of people don't know is that I am Napoleon.
am I Josephine? And like, because she used to get Lenormand readings done for him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she would do them, and she would retell what the tarot reader would tell her, and he would follow her directions.
Yeah, actually, Napoleon was not very short. That was British propaganda. What are you drinking?
Really?
Yeah, Rachel's drinking ginger
Ginger
ale. I'm
ale.
drinking Coors Edge. It's non-alcoholic, so it helps me to keep my edge.
Huh?
Simple girl, good evening. Wonderful to see
Hi,
you.
simple girl.
Teabag's specialty is plate tectonics. Cool.
Hey, Cam.
You're welcome for my service, viewer. I appreciate your thanks. Yes, that was my wife. Hi, Cameron. Wonderful to see you. You are a truly wonderful man. Uh,
Eric, you're a really good host.
Thanks.
You're
So
welcome.
it's not just, you know, the weirdness around typology that makes me go like, what? How could this be? That is some of that there. But number one place where I feel that is regarding evolution. Like, how can it possibly be that like every person in the world who anybody might reasonably call smart or even correct, they all agree that evolution explains speciation. And I anybody I ever find who agrees with me, it turns out they've got a creationist agenda. How can that possibly be? I do not know. I was thinking all the way back in the car about how can I do a better job of something. And it struck me that I want somebody to explain to me, somebody who understands it, to explain to me what stays the same and what changes. If I say Gary's grown bigger, I have to say I've known Gary since he was a little kid, and now it's 10 years later, I haven't seen him in 10 years, and I go, oh my God, Gary, you're so big. What's changed is Gary's size. What's not changed is Gary's identity. So if uh, if I say this population of moths has changed colors from being mostly white to mostly gray because of environmental changes in the. What's changed then is the most common phenotypic expression of the genome, and what's not changed is the species. Right, the species is the same; they're expressing different now. When we think about category names such as pornography, pornography is a category that doesn't have an operational definition, which is fine. Not everything has to, right? Like, I can't come up with a single rule that doesn't produce either false positives or false negatives or both. So that's why the Supreme Court justice said, I know it when I see it, but I can't define it regarding pornography. Um, so the thing is, if you look at that label, you might imagine the category pornography first coming into existence when the first, dirty pictures were drawn on a cave wall or something. And at first, that category just included dirty pictures on the cave wall. As time passed, it came to include many other variations of pornography. And one could imagine, indeed, that some pornographer starts making porn movies and eventually starts making regular movies. What doesn't change no matter what, though, is the category distinction. So, for any category, you might see an increasing number of different subsets of it. Take the category bouncy ball. Starts off with those little rubber balls that bounce super high. Over time, you might see variations of those larger ones, ones with sparkly things inside of them. People might even use the label to mean different things eventually. Someday, bouncy ball would simply be referring to any ball that bounces, not just those kind of super bouncy balls. Regardless, even if all bouncy balls become extinct, in other words, nobody's making them anymore and it's a null set, the set doesn't change. The category doesn't change.
Mm-mm.
I'm not, no, look, listen, Teabag. I'm not failing to look beyond simple arguments. I'm asking somebody to explain to me what changes and what stays the same. If I were to say a volcano changes over the course of its lifetime, it might change by becoming more or less active. It might even go extinct as a volcano, die, and have no more magma underneath there or whatever. What doesn't change is the the quality of volcano referring to some kind of feature that is subject to eruption, etc. Right? So when we say species change into another species, what remains the same? We can imagine, like, any given species, a population of horses. We can easily imagine that some individual horse is born with some mutation that's not deleterious for some reason and represents an additional bit of variability in that genome. But
Yeah, like if it was a unicorn.
but when we remember that I'll get to you in a second, tired on repair. Um, they're simple and not really able to be applied. I'm having what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity. Um, well, but the thing is, simple. Maybe everything changes, but there's some aspect that stays the same, right? Like I'm changing over the course of my life. My body's changing, my age is changing, my approach to communication is changing, etc. But my identity has to remain the same. For something to change, that something has to be referring to something specific, right? So I do understand why it's so difficult for people to embrace my negation of evolution. After all, we can see plenty of examples of how there's genetic change uh, when we breed things. It's sort of genetic change, right? Like there's a species of dogs or a breed of dogs called puffin dogs that were bred up where they try to catch puffins off this cliffside, and they have they all have six toes because they selected in favor of them being able to spread eagle and so they don't fall off the cliff and stuff. And it's easy to understand why people might extrapolate from that reality and say, well, just keep going and eventually you end up with a new species, right? But the problem is, it's fundamentally, when people talk about it and think about it, they're committing a basic equivocation fallacy. When we refer to species in any application at all, it's always operating under the assumption that the species doesn't change. If there's blood at a crime scene and you test for it, what species is this? Is this human blood? oh no, it's chicken blood. We're operating under the assumption that species is something specific you can test for with a specific marker. There's a genomic signature. We're operating under the assumption that we're not going to find blood that's somewhere between two different species. Indeed, if a species is going extinct and we want to perpetuate it, we gather together as many members of that same species as possible and have them interbreed with one another. Because if you're going to teleologically define what a species is, it's a genomic signature replicator, right? A successful species is that which attains persistence across time through redundancy. You've got a billion pigeons, all of whom have some slight variations on the same genomic signature. That redundancy ensures that the species persists even if subsections of it get eliminated, right? Um, haven't been drinking a while. Thank fuck Eric is streaming. Thank fuck indeed.
Mm-hmm.
The power of Christ compels you. So, if thoughts are electrical, then what's the difference between simulation theory and a thought in the mind of God? Uh, well, that wouldn't. A thought in the mind of God would be a form of simulation. So, is this a simulation? That's a category too, right? And there's several different kinds of conceptual ways to imagine a simulation. You could have simulations where everything's simulated and the only biological being is observing the simulation. Or you could have simulations where biological beings are having a reality simulated into their brains. Or you could have simulation like that where it's God simulating the universe just in his own head. But those would all qualify as simulations.
Does God want me to have 8 crowns?
No, he does not. In My Little Pony, friendship is magic. A pony in its lifetime eventually undergoes a change where they get their cutie mark, but they cannot, for instance, evolve into a dragon. Right? I mean, the thing I'm saying is, we do know that we can see an individual biological being change over time, get stronger with working out and stuff. And we recognize that despite this ability to be adaptive to changing conditions, that represents adaptivity within a rigid frame of reference. Like, I can't adapt myself into a different species, just into a different version of this species, right? So I don't understand, like, first of all, why should we assume that evolution doesn't work like that? That a genome has some adaptability and variation in its expression that can be selected against, thereby selecting for the other expressions of it, right? But not infinite adaptability. Why shouldn't we assume that um, evolution has that same quality? I mean, I'm not saying that we should necessarily assume that, but I'm saying, like, it seems as though people who ascribe to evolution, they say that there's no reason to even consider that it might possibly be like that. That there's some adaptability, but you can't adapt so much that you're no longer what you are. But that's the thing that makes me, one of the things that makes me feel incredibly like it's a simulation. Because how in the world could it possibly be that me, almost to the exclusion of anybody else in the world, am not a creationist and also don't think evolution does its job properly? How could that be? I'm sure there are other people too who are like that, who have the same perspective as me, but I certainly never encountered such content being made.
I was just gonna say, like, you don't like see any videos on YouTube about that, do you?
Teabag, look, Teabag says, then look up the definition of evolution and dissect that. You are referring to something else, man. You are negating powers you don't understand. That's what I'm saying. I want to understand it. I'm not. I genuinely want somebody who does understand evolution to explain it to me so that I understand it, right? I'm not that terrible at understanding things. And evolution is not that complicated an explanation that I wouldn't be able to understand. It doesn't involve math symbols that I don't know, etc.
Well,
Did we evolve from apes? Where did they come from? So that's another thing. Like, did we evolve from apes? What does the we refer to? We know that individuals are were either an ape or something else, right? So who's the we that evolved? I've been a human my whole life, right?
Me too,
As were my
actually.
parents and their parents and their parents and their
Wow,
parents.
so crazy.
So
My
I,
parents too.
what was the generation where
Yeah,
they
what
went
was
from apes to
it?
humans exactly?
Yeah, really though.
And
No, really though, it's true. When?
it's like the idea that humans, the species, evolved from this other species. Well, that when we're saying the species humans, we mean species as a self-replicating genome that only replicates itself. When we say species and referring to apes, we mean a self-replicating genome that only replicates itself. And then when we say this species evolves into that species, we're using the word species to mean something entirely different and contradictory to it. Irreducible complexity is a thing, sure, but it's not an explanation. Evolution purports to explain the mechanics by which something occurs. If it's saying it's irreducibly complex, then it's saying we are not explaining how that happens. Eric, do you accept that different groups have different IQs? I mean, only individuals can get an IQ score, and you can group people in myriad different ways, some of which the best way to find a group that has a low IQ score is to group together all the people who scored low on the IQ test. Right. Well, the thing is, I realize that part of the problem is I'm always trying to negate evolution. Whereas what I maybe should be doing is try to find somebody who can successfully explain it to me. But that would mean they need to answer certain kinds of questions. Like when you say the species changes, what remains the same? We know that the individuals comprising that species, they may change their individual expression of that species, but they will never change their genomic signature, right? You might have epigenetic change, but that's not going to be changes that make it no longer possible to test your DNA and determine you're this species or that, right? Well, my guess, zombie, is it's the flies. Have you ever tried to take a test where there's a bunch of large flies landing on you all the time? It's not easy. No, I get that self-replication isn't 100% correct all the time. And indeed, there are individuals from a species that are born with mutations. Now, as far as an objective analysis of the reality goes, it is the case that mutations are all deleterious or at best nearly neutral. There are no positive mutations. We've never seen any. We we ascribe the label positive mutation to things that are already extant in our genome, but but what we haven't done is actually see a mutation be selected in favor of in a way that makes sense as it even like let's say a those six-toed dogs, it's such an evolutionary advantage that they replace somehow all of the wolves and other dog breeds. So their genetic material now predominates in every single canine. Well, they'd still entirely be dogs and still be able to breed with wolves. Well, now Eric, just add another change and keep going, and eventually, well, my point is, why should we assume it's not the sort of thing that has some adaptability or flexibility, elasticity, but not infinite? Most things are like that. Okay, the thing is, it may be the case that people are not going to explain these things, but what I'm suggesting is that maybe people will be more open to considering some of the things I've been saying if they recognize that I am not trying to negate evolution. I genuinely want an explanation. I want to understand it. And it's like people might very well use a heuristic that says, well, the reason I'm not going to argue with that person about evolution is because he doesn't want to have the correct explanation. He wants to affirm his religion. That's understandable why people wouldn't want to argue with that person, right? The ability to fly would be an advantage to all, sure. And it's also the case that something that needs to be complete to be advantageous, there's no way to get to it from being non-existent to complete. It would have to go through stages of meeting necessary but insufficient conditions. So it's like there's no real way to evolve, let's say, for a land animal to evolve gills, because until they're fully functional, they don't provide any advantage at all. I mean, do you think you understand it, Teabag? I, I would like to understand it. If you're saying you don't think I will ever understand it because I'm just not going to be capable or smart enough to understand it, well, then, I mean, I'm not really going to buy that one because I'm pretty good at understanding explanations as long as it doesn't have too many like function notations that I'm not familiar with or something. Cosine this, whatever. Or are you saying I'm never going to understand it because I don't want to understand it? Sure, ask away. See what she has to say in answer to your question.
What?
Samuel Mendoza is about to ask you a question. Evolution is a Zionist scam. That is insane. Evolution was genuinely Charles Darwin's attempt to explain what intuitively seemed to be the case.
What is the question that you have? Curious into transitioning from coke use to ketamine. What are your benefits and worth it? Um. So I find, hmm, like if you're prescribed it and if you can get it, I would suggest the It's nothing like coke though.
Yeah, if you're looking for a coke replacement, it's not. It's not.
It's not like coke. It doesn't. It does like the opposite. The nasal spray is pretty cool. I think that's like you don't want to like do anything where if you freeze, like you are in danger. But it's not really a socialization kind of drug at all. Coke makes a person dissociate. I'm most comfortable when I take ketamine at home. like I thought that I can go into town and like be high on ketamine, but then I went into the K hole. Like it's not a drug where you can go out and function really. Like I wouldn't suggest it. Like I'm most comfortable at home talking. Sometimes like I had a sense of being like, wait, is this real life? Like I had to touch the wall to like make sure.
Is it just fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, you have to try doing ketamine and see if you like it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of ket unless I like it a lot more if I'm also on speed, you know. But it was just a simulation, Rachel. That's why it was like that.
Oh, I knew
You
it.
were finally
Honestly,
seeing through
I
the
start
veil of the
thinking that.
sim.
Sometimes I do. Like when I'm on ketamine, sometimes I do think it's a simulation. I'm like, oh, I understand why people say they're in a simulation. Um, you get thoughts like that.
K5 Troy, stop talking to me like I'm a whore, okay?
Oh, excuse them. You are not a whore.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, it's like when Darwin first came out with his notion, it was about sexually selecting in favor of positive mutations. And we do have some examples in the world of individual instances of a species having a disproportionate influence on the genetic signature of the species due to their massive reproductive success. Somebody like, for example, Genghis Khan. So, but in every instance we can come up with of an individual having a disproportionate um, impact on the genome, you know, the prevalence of certain expressions of the genome over others, we begin by saying this individual of that species, you know, had this disproportionate impact on the genome, and therefore weighted in favor of these expressions of variability within the genome and against these expressions of variability within the genome. We can come up with examples of that occurring, but unless we're equivocating on the word individual, which is to say, an instance of a category within a category, right? Then, then we see it doesn't. It's like that we have to equivocate about what it means to be an individual of a species to begin with, to even conduct this thought experiment. Ever killed a man? Nope. What are the implications of this being a simulation? I know it's not falsifiable, but does that make life more or less interesting? Um, was it you also, that White Cloud? Sorry, I'm not keeping up as much as I should with the chat, but who said something about like if we were to successfully prove the simulation, how would that impact people? I guess ontologically, epistemologically, or whatever. Um, I don't think it makes any difference at all. No, because even if we were to somehow be able to prove that it is a simulation, the only way it would make a difference is if we proved it was the kind of simulation where the universe is being simulated into my brain, and I do have a biological body elsewhere. Because if we were convinced of that, then presumably people might check out of this life so they could wake back up again and try a different sim. Assuming you're voluntarily included in this. But if it's proved it's proved fun too. I forget. Do you have a bias because evolution contradicts the 16 personalities? I, why would it contradict 16 personalities? I don't think it would inform about that at all. Although I guess it's the case that personality type is another thing, like a category label, where this is not informative about evolution, but with personality, it is the case that it's quantized like that. You can't get something that's halfway between Ni and Si. It's one or the other. Oh, I got to get that cable from under the car. But regardless, uh, I don't have any explanation as to how or why people express in these configurations. So whatever evolution, it wouldn't impact this at all. I don't have any claims for it to falsify about like I do claim that as far as we can tell, it's not just genetic. Identical twins often have different personalities, but that again doesn't have anything to do with evolution because having one or the other personality type doesn't make you into a different species. Hey, Susie, maybe you can explain it. You're at INSP. When people say that, if I say that Jim's really grown taller, Jim's size changes, but Jim remains the same. Do that for a species evolving. How does that play out? What stays the same and what changes? I fucking love dreams. Really? I love fucking dreams. Eric, are you still the best and the greatest? uh, well, I'm sure I'm the best at something. I'm the greatest at something. Even if it's just being a lame-o. Brief windows. So, what does brief windows? What do you mean by that? Like, what's that supposed to answer? Windows of opportunity. So a species has a brief window of opportunity to evolve. Is that what you're saying? What what creates that opportunity and closes the window of that on that opportunity? Same mass, taller, skinnier. Let's imagine a species that are good at swimming with a survival rate of 60%. Small changes now deform the pods to have some extra skin negligible for now. The individual with this. Well, but see that kind of thing, right? The web stuff, you do get partial results with partial development. There are other kinds of things though that you get zero results until you have complete development. No, I get that, but the thing is, there's many problems with what you're saying, but one of them is uh, there are plenty of the primary mechanism one would posit would be not that uh, that something is selected in favor of like that. It would rather be something like you've got a species where uh, all of them have a little bit of webbing. Some express more and some express less. Then you have a very stark uh, and time frame consistent environmental pressure that successfully kills off a majority of the ones with less webbing and preserves more of the ones with more webbing. And it does that with just the right amount of ruthlessness so that and then you have a population that has it expresses this end of the variation of the genome instead of this end, right? And in fact, if circumstances change and anti-webbing is is selected in favor of, then they'll go back to no webbing. What won't change will be their genomic signature, what species they are, right? So, and regardless, that it's really missing the point, right? Like, um, there has to be a point at which something is born that is not the same species as its parents, or else speciation never occurs. It just continually, you know, shifts in varying expressions of the elasticity within the genome, but never creates a new species. There are many, many other problems with evolution. The time frame one is huge, right? Like environmental pressures happen on one time frame, and reproductive cycles vary dramatically between different species. So it's conceivable, more conceivable for a species with a certain reproductive cycle length to be able to reward uh, adaptability within the genomic expressions enough to impact how the population changes over time or whatever. It's possible to conceive of that with things with fairly long generations. It's almost impossible to conceive of that for fruit flies, right? Like, how the fruit fly going to successfully adapt to a drought that lasts for many years? They won't,
Wow.
you know. There, but most importantly, the way to talk about evolution is to do this. First, establish what the reported mechanism is, and then make predictions as we do with science. So, if in fact mutation is the driving force for evolution, then we will definitely see that in larger populations of a species with a larger population will see more genetic diversity in that species, and for populations or for species with smaller populations, less genetic diversity. The more individuals of a species being born, the more opportunities for a mutation to occur, be advantageous, and be selected in favor of. But instead, we don't see that. There's no proportional change in genetic diversity in population at all. So, that is a prediction that it should validate if the mechanism is right. If the ongoing creation of mutations uh, in babies being born is something that continually happens and thereby enables evolution to happen, then we'll definitely see that. There's no doubt about that, right? Well, Teabag, I don't I don't have an explanation, but you're on Dexto? Congratulations, Susie. You got dexamphetamine? Um, Humans beat evolution? Okay. I mean, it is the case that the naturally occurring evolutionary pressure which keeps genomes healthy is to eliminate through natural selection mutated instances because they aren't reproductively or even existentially viable. So humans have successfully made it such that unhealthy expressions of that genome are no longer necessarily going to die or fail to reproduce. But that doesn't change the genome, it just sickens it by including things like sickle cell anemia and other non fatal but deleterious mutations. Yeah, Ghost, I totally agree with you. We should be able to simulate evolution with a species with a very short lifespan, like fruit flies. In fact, we've been doing that experiment now for over 70,000 generations of fruit flies.
What?
Guess what they all are still? Fruit flies. We've been doing the same with dogs for 10,000 years at least. And we successfully differentiated dogs so much that there's little tiny ones and massive ones, and they're dramatically different in appearance. And yet they can all still breed with each other and wolves. You know, like it's nobody could conceivably come up with any satisfactory explanation as to how a species, a population of a given species, produces an offspring with an extra chromosome that does something important, and they're born fully realized as a different genomic signature that's both, able to survive and able to reproduce with another variant that's that exact variant and produce viable offspring. We do know that you can speciate in some sense with hybridization, but if we remember the teleological understanding of speciation, which is to say genomic relies on redundancy, well, then we recognize that that hybrid species, a liger or whatever, may qualify as speciation via hybridization, but it's not a self-sustaining species. So, you know, we are built to evolve, or we would still be standing around a campfire hitting each other with clubs. No, human culture evolves for sure. You know, the the individual human is on balance vastly more intelligent, aware, informed, etc., because culture continues evolving. Like, when people first started making houses, they were just like teepees or whatever. But over time, our dwellings evolved into various complicated structures. What didn't happen is that a teepee was made that accidentally had some walls. So, so yeah, it is the case that built into every species is elasticity. There's um, that part of the redundancy paradigm there is to include some heterogeneity into a genome. Maybe all adult people are between 1 and 10 feet tall, but but you're going to see expressions of that kind of like a bell curve, right? And what you'll determine is that the ones at the outlier ends of the bell curve, the ones that differ the most from the genome, are uh, the least viable.
You don't think that people who are blonde hair, blue eyed are more superior to like other?
No, of course I don't. If anything, white skin, pale skin is non-adaptive because you're more susceptible to sunburn and skin cancer and
Yeah.
stuff. Blue eyes are neither adaptive nor non-adaptive. I don't think they I don't think people's eye color makes any difference as to how well they see or not. But I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Blonde hair, that's also totally non-adaptive. It doesn't matter what color your hair is. Hair in general is non-adaptive. Our hair does not keep us warm, obviously. Um, like, it doesn't matter how hairy you are. You're not like, well, I need to bring a jacket, but Joe will be fine because he's so hairy. Well, well, Teabag, elasticity is something that um, an identity of some kind can have, right? And almost all of them, everything does. There's even packets of Marlboro Reds, like there's some variation between the cigarettes. Very small amount that, not enough, it's negligible from my measuring perspective, right? But there's maybe a teeny bit more tobacco in this one or that one or whatever. So when I'm talking about elasticity within uh, a genome, you could also just say I'm talking about the fact that you're never going to get perfect replications unless you get identical twins of of a of a of a genome of a specific person's genome. It's going to be not they're not going to be the exact same phenotypic expression of the genome as Joe over here. So there's variability within the expressions, right? And selection can occur predicated on those variations. These smaller members of the species might survive better once that species becomes isolated on an island that has less abundant resources to eat or something. And so you're going to see that be selected, the larger ones be selected against, and thereby selecting in favor of the smaller ones. That's what I mean by elasticity, is that, one can easily enough imagine two populations of yaks, one of which lives in a very temperate place, the other migrates further and further away to get fresh pasture land or whatever, ends up settling in a more cold region. And over the course of many generations, the longer haired ones in the cold place are more rewarded for their expression of the genome than the short haired ones. And you get two distinct populations, long haired jacks, short haired jacks. It's very easy to understand how that would be the case. However, what it's a lot more difficult to conceptualize is how, for example, those same long-haired jacks become saber-toothed tigers, because after all, regardless of the expression of yak, it's still going to be eating grass and doing those kind of things, right? And we can see how elasticity has limits within an individual human being. I can make my muscles bigger by working out. I can make myself more fit. I can exercise other less physical things too, like um, I practice playing the guitar or something. What I can't do is flap my arms hard and long enough for them to become wings. So it's true for everything that functions as a category, that there's individuals that qualify as being in that category. There's going to be variation among them, and only so much variation, because after all, the category doesn't change. Even if the category super bouncy balls comes to include a greater variety of different sizes, colors, sparkles, whatever, and even if all the super bouncy balls go extinct and nobody's making them anymore and there are no more in the world, the category distinction doesn't change. We might use the term to mean something different over time as well. The meaning of the word may evolve. So in the future, 500 years from now, when people say bouncy balls, is a term that refers to lighters. But the category distinction, bouncy balls, and the distinction that it's making, referring to those kind of balls, that still doesn't change. So species are like that. All right. Well, so and it's the ghost says very interesting point that yeah, dogs stay more or less dogs, but I would say that relatively speaking, all dogs we have today didn't even deviate enough genetically to have a problem breeding. Well, sure, and that's despite the fact that humans have been applying much more intense selection pressure than nature ever could, and much more precise, right? What's important to remember is you don't get to explain evolution by pointing to a 4 billion year slow process because what we now recognize is that the fossil record does not support that at all. That in fact, you see this sudden explosion of new species over the course of 10 to 12 million years in the Cambrian period, and then evolutionary stasis. So contemporary evolutionists believe in something called punctuated equilibrium, where evolution starts and goes really fast for some stretch of time for some reason, and then stops and no longer evolves. That's why you hear people say things like the dragonfly, largely unchanged in its expression over the last 180 million years. Yeah. So, like, when it was evolving, why? When it stopped, why? It's you can't claim to have an explanation if you don't have answers to those questions. So it's not elastic in shape or form, only if you compare living things to, I mean, I was comparing living things to living things. I was saying that just as an individual person has so much elasticity within the expression of their body, but not infinite, so too might it certainly be the case that that a species can select for or against any number of expressions of that species, but will always select for or against an expression of that species. If it's a simulation, then what is the point of simulating and why do we have dreams? Um, well, we wouldn't have, there could be multiple possible points for simulating. And that would depend on what kind of simulation we're imagining. If it's imagined that we're all simulated entirely, that none of us have any biological body anywhere, then we would have no way of knowing why it's being simulated. It could be it's a game. There's one good reason to think, there's not really a good reason to think this, but it's a something that one might very well intuit the following from. The world's experienced extinction events every 60 million years, more or less like clockwork, every 40 million years, more or less like clockwork, until 60 million years ago, which was the last one. And it really seems as though somebody was playing Sim Earth and kept running into dead ends when trying to evolve intelligent life. And so it kept killing it off and starting over until finally it got intelligent life. Now, that's another reason to think maybe simulation is that for the person who's playing that simulated game, he can he can evolve things because there's no actual mechanism there. It's just, you're just making it look like that. But when we try to explain evolution, we find it doesn't work at all because the actualities of it aren't simulated, just the impression of it. Well, Alec, it's not the case that it's necessarily a dead end question because if in fact if we in fact we imagine a simulation where you and I, our bodies are someplace else in the simulation pod, right? And we're both simulating as characters in this simulated world. Well, in that context, if it works like that, then at least conceptually, it's possible to prove that it is a simulation. It's possible to, I can't come up with a good thought experiment test or whatever for it, but it's conceivable that somebody could come up with a way to, a prediction that they could falsify, provided we have physical bodies somewhere. No, it doesn't change our experience on the ground, but like when things seem unbelievable, like as though like the evolution thing seems to me, it seems unbelievable to me that every smart person I ever encountered pretty much disagrees with me about evolution, that I would still be right about it, right? Why wouldn't the vast majority of very intelligent people, biologists, scientists of all kinds, good thinkers, etc., all agree that evolution explains where species come from? I disagree and me be right. Because if in fact I'm right, and if in fact they're smart, they should be convinced by what I'm saying. Now, it may very well be the case that I'm not smart enough to understand evolution, but I am smart enough to know that I have not understood the explanation I've heard thus far because those explanations were inadequate, not because I didn't understand them. And so, yeah, it doesn't change our experience on the ground, but like, for example, let's say I've got a mystical frame of reference that just says I'm expressing what I was already destined to do. This is my destiny. Well, that's going to influence the way that I understand things that happen. Like if I see things through a frame of manifesting, I'm like, oh, well, it's no surprise I got this free copy. I was trying to manifest that earlier today. If I were to know it were a simulation, well, then I can explain very easily why I understand that evolution fails to do its job as an explanation, and nobody else seems to agree with me. Because after all, how much more fun is that to simulate than a much more reasonable universe? Okay, Shalaf. So a species is a category, right? I'm trying to understand what changes and what remains the same. When we say that, uh, boy, that's a particularly big horse, we're saying that individual horse expresses a lot of, is expressing the change in this idea. And the thing that's remaining the same is its species. When we say a species changes, what remains the same? Because we know that individual animals can change themselves. I can make my muscles bigger with working out and stuff. And that makes sense because individuals have agency, so they can do things like change. What what is doing the changing when a species purportedly, I guess, cell mitosis is into two different species or something? What's changing there? Even if it's going to change how one understands the world, the answer to the simulation question cannot stop fire from burning your hand. If I had the answer to the simulation, it could stop me from asking why can't I bridge the communicative gap on this subject. They would have a good explanation for that then, right? Another question I'd have for you, Shalef, is how do things that need to be complete before they're functional at all evolve through stages where they meet necessary but insufficient conditions? It's easy to imagine how a given species might come to express more webbing in their feet rather than less if it helps them to swim better. but it's very difficult to imagine how a fish evolves lungs all in one fell swoop, or how it evolves part of the genetic coding for lungs and continues to develop the rest of it before they're useful. Okay, well, so I'm fine with the idea that species is the kind of category label that doesn't have an operationalized definition. That's fine in theory, right? But here's the problem. We do have operationalized definitions for it. One of them is a genomic signature. If I find blood on a crime scene, I can get it tested and find out what species of blood it came from, you know? Second, we have the operational working definition of we know that two things represent the same species when they reproduce and produce a reproductively viable offspring. So we do have operationalized definitions. The reason you're saying it's difficult to come up with a definition for it is because whatever definition we use, we create immediately contradictory premises, right? Because we talk about a species as though it were something that doesn't change almost all the time when we're actually using the idea for anything. So, so yeah, if you were to say uh, this population of ducks is so small because they live on this very small island and evolution selected against their larger species mates, well, that makes perfectly good sense. But the species hasn't changed. It's just a certain expressions of the species have been allowed to continue to survive, others have died off. There's still It's still an expression of the elasticity or variability within that single genome. It's not predicated on mutation changing the genome. Okay, well, the thing is, then then if you're saying that, then one of the things we can say about species is that it's always determinate as to what species a given thing is, provided we have access to that individual's genomic signature and access to an index of different genomic signatures. So, like, again, if we talk about it like that, we're stuck with the reality that species is the thing that doesn't change. And I get why people are so attached to the idea too. Ever since Mendel, we've come to understand how genetics work better and better, and we can breed breeds of things that appear wildly different from the species that they are all members of, you know? It's easy enough to imagine somebody just extrapolating onward and saying, well, just more of that, and eventually you get different species. Except it just really doesn't make any sense, right? If you're beginning with more simple organisms and you try to conceive of how it comes to be that this species of microbe came to possess additional chromosomes and become a different species or something, well, certainly mutation doesn't explain that. Everything we know about the actualities of selection involve selecting against uh, outliers, not in favor of the mean. But yeah, I mean, it's like I just want evolution to act like a science, to say, here's the mechanism. Accordingly, these are the things we should see if the mechanism is correct, and then test those things to see if we do see them. Instead of the what happens all the time is the opposite. Evolutionists are saying continually things like, pro vagary things. Like, well, we don't really have a definition for that. But you're making the claim to explain the origin of the species. Surely you must mean something by that. No. Well, then you're not even, you can't substantiate a claim that doesn't even mean anything. And it's not like I'm opposed to evolution being the explanation. I would love for it to do its job. That's all. Just do your job. I'm not complaining about the fact that something should deliver the mail. I'm complaining about the fact that this particular mailman never does. It's like a real explanation would be able to answer questions like, how long did it take to go from species A to species C? How many distinct mutations did it involve? What causes something to begin evolving and what causes it to stop, assuming punctuated equilibrium? Punctuated equilibrium claims genetic drift is the primary mechanism. But that doesn't even, that mathematically, that can only conceivably occur, genetic drift, in populations under 100, beyond which it's absolutely negligible. And second of all, there's no reason to select. That doesn't, it's like, that's not a selection reward. And at some point, shouldn't evolution stick with one version of its explanation and say, no, this is the explanation, rather than continually backpedaling and reimagining what it's trying to say? It's insane. It's like the whole world's gone insane. But frankly, I blame Christians. I blame religious people. Unfortunately, rationalists who are not actually doing the deliberative work regarding the subject, but instead using some kind of heuristic, are going to say, well, obviously, I prefer the science explanation over your religious stuff. That's perfectly understandable. Except evolution's job is not to sound more sciency than Christianity. It's to actually explain something in a way that validates against science standards, not against religion. Yeah, I've heard this argument about ring species before, right? And it certainly one could conclude that these various species in the ring species are genetically related, that they have similar genomes, and that at a certain spot, they're dissimilar enough to qualify as different species. So the thing about ring species is it's just doing the same begging the question that most evolution arguments are doing. It's saying, well, um, look, all these finches, they're very similar, but they have niche specific differences, and they clearly are very related to one another because they have similar genomes, and yet some of them at least are different species from one another. Okay, those observations are all fine. Now let's come up with an explanation for it that actually makes sense and works. Well, the fossil record, Eric, is proof of evolution. No, the fossil record is what evolution is claiming to explain. Like, we see this branching fossil record. So it's only natural somebody's going to intuit, well, that one species became two species, maybe the same species plus another one or something. It's easy to understand why people would want to intuit that. But what they seem to forget is they're trying to explain how and why it looks like that. They're not, you don't get to say, because it looks like that, therefore evolution. It's entirely backwards. Ring species, same thing. Okay, yeah, it looks like that. That's very interesting. Now, how and why does it look like that? Well, evolution. No, that's you're not doing things correctly. Evolution tries to be the explanation that makes that observed reality make some sort of sense in terms of process or development or something, you know? But for it to do that job, it needs to provide the mechanism, make predictions that we can test, right? And those predictions should naturally, logically be inferred from the mechanistic claim. So, for example, if your claim is that speciation occurs via mutation and population isolation, founder's effect, genetic bottleneck, and mutation in selection. If your claim is that, then one thing that we can predict for sure based on this is that a larger population of species A is going to have more genetic diversity in it than the smaller population of species B. Now we go to test that. Is it true that, say, genetic diversity is proportional to population size? No, it's not. Here's a prediction. If, in fact, evolution is the explanation, then if we know that something went from meow to meow in X amount of time, like, well, within 10 million years from the appearance of this species came the appearance of this species, which we deem to have evolved from that. Well, we can note the amount of change and make some sort of estimations on how many generations and how many mutations it's going to take for this net change to occur. And then we can see if we can affect that amount of change with a species with very short reproduction cycle, like fruit flies. We've done experiments on 70,000 generations of fruit flies. If meow evolved from meow to meow in 10 million years and their generation length is meow, how many generations would it take for that to happen? How much change should we see in 70,000 generations? Well, they're all still fruit flies. So, very little. And remember, that's when we're experimenting, we're helping cheat in favor of the idea because we're selecting much more precisely and much more ruthlessly than nature ever can. So when we select, every outcome is adaptive to some specific environmental stress, which is us selecting. So in reality, if it takes 70,000 generations for meow fish to evolve 4% more genetic complexity, then we should see even more change than that when we're selecting for 70,000 generations because we can have intent and purpose. But we don't see any such thing at all. Now, if one were to go with like Darwinian evolution and make predictions from that mechanism, one would say that Well, obviously it's a very slow process, takes over 4 billion years. We should never see anything evolve in less than, let's say, 20 million years. In fact, we see that happening all the time. That's just how science works. You have a hypothesis. Here's an explanation of the mechanism by which this occurs, and then smart person, dumb person, regular person, whatever says, okay, well, if that's so, then this must be the case. We will check for this thing over here rather than that, right? And we should both agree on that, and then we go do that test. And if it falsifies, we say, I guess that's not the explanation. Like sane people. So when we find a fossil of a dragonfly that appears, maybe even, let's say, get lucky, some amber preserved DNA, and we go, wow, unchanged over the course of 180 million years. Well, right then, we should go, oops, look like we explained it wrong, because based on our explanation, mutations occur continually all the time, randomly. Environmental stressors do as well. And so we should see ongoing evolution all the time. So I guess evolution's wrong. Instead, they go, no, it's not wrong. It just starts abruptly and stops abruptly for unexplained reasons, and happens very, very quickly when it does, and then doesn't happen at all for extremely long periods of time. Why? Well, because that's what the fossil record shows. It shows that it didn't take 4 billion years. No, you disingenuous fuck. You started off by saying it takes 4 billion years. The reason we can't see evolution is it's so slow. I pointed to this fossil record that falsifies your whole case. And instead of acknowledging that with the death of gradualism comes the death of your idea, you say, no, my idea is still right, except, you know how I used to say it was super slow for 4 billion years and it was gradual and continuous? Well, now I'm saying that it's actually super fast and it's stop and start. Uh-huh. What else are we going to change? Well, you know how I said it was positive selection for sexual advantages originally? Yeah. Well, now it's genetic drift for nearly neutral genetic changes. I mean, how is that adaptive even? You're thinking about it too much or too little, Eric, obviously. Because if you're not agreeing that evolution is right, obviously you're biased or something. It's like, how are we getting the burdens all confused here, right? Evolution has the burden to affirm. To affirm that you are correct and you're explaining something means to be able to answer certain kinds of questions, to be able to pass certain kinds of tests, and to be able to make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, best reason for me to believe that we're in a simulation, the fact that every smart person I ever encountered, pretty much. I mean, David Berlinski's obviously really smart, but apparently he's on some sort of intelligent design foundation. So I was thinking, like, finally, here's this one guy who's correct about this and not talking about God or creationism or whatever. Now, it turns out he does have his counter advocacy agenda. I don't have any advocacy agenda. I don't have the explanation for it. I want to have it. I want somebody to explain to me how species came about and so forth. But my negation of evolution is not because I favor some alternative explanation. I just favor explanation over explanation theater, which is exactly what evolution is. Explanation theater. It wants the satisfaction of understanding the answer to this fundamental question, without any of the responsibility. It's appalling. And the best possible reason I can provide for why the world should be like this is it must be a simulation, and the simulator is playing a big joke on me. Because it's not like I've had this conversation countless countless times, variations of it myriad times. I have never ever in all of those times gotten any satisfactory answers to any of my questions or gotten any meaningful rebuttals to any of the points I make. And despite this fact, as far as I can tell, I don't think I've ever convinced anybody. How do you explain that? You know? How in the world do you explain that? It's like you got to give me one or the other for the world to be sane, right? It's either got to be meaningful rebuttals to what I'm saying. If I'm making it, mostly what I'm doing, I'm asking questions that evolution should answer. I'm pointing out that things that its mechanism predict, falsify, etc. And but people, it's like if you were saying something that was wrong, I would be able to explain to you in full why it was wrong. If you were making an incorrect negation, like I'm making a negation here of evolution, I would be able to successfully affirm the correct position. It seemed to me, it seems like the prima facie burden before I'm going to claim to have an explanation for something or to know what the answer to something is. I better be prepared to actually explain it and convey that information. That evolution is bullshit. That it's that it keeps being this fraudulent fake explanation that changes itself when convenient and still doesn't work. So the ghost, that is so gratifying to hear you say that, you know. Now I'm not gonna stop until I find some kind of answers for your points you mentioned. The fact that you acknowledge that you don't currently have them is an amazing demonstration of the capacity for human reasonableness. It's surprising how little I get of that. Rather, I'm missing something, or the theory is just not completely correct. Yeah, I may be missing something too. I decreasingly think it's possible because I've had this conversation so many times and nobody's given me the answer yet. And if they did, I'd have it. Evolution isn't real in humans. Humans were made by aliens. Now, there is one person I actually can think of that who did tell me that he had formerly affirmed evolution and no longer did, though he, he wasn't quite ready to negate it, you know. But it was hyperbole when I said that I never convinced anybody. I mean, I consistently get a lot of pushback, but that's not necessarily from the same person over and over again, you know. And and the weird thing is, despite the fact that evolution is more mind blowing to me, like that it just pops up in everything, even when it's not even relevant to whatever the topic is. You know, like smartest and dumbest animals video. You just need to explain to me the metric by which you're evaluating them as smart or dumb. That's fine. Like I'm saying it's smart because you can use these tools or do these things or whatever. Great. You know, pick your criteria. Do you need to throw in there? Long ago, this creature evolved this thing because it was adaptive in this way. It's not even relevant to the video, but it's just like this wrongness is sunk so deep into the bones of everybody. And the thing is, one of the reasons why the wrongness has persisted as long as it has and become so normalized is because in reality, we're not making decisions predicated on evolution being right. Where we are, there it's it's not the kind of thing that's like a bridge that's going to fall down. So, like Jordan Peterson, he provides answers to students' questions predicated on the idea of evolution. So he'll say to the class, the reason people are more likely to be influenced by an ad that has the color red in it is because it used to be advantageous for hunter gatherers to see ripe fruit. That, of course, is a preposterous non explanation that doesn't make any sense at all. And I guess that that's not great, but it's not the same as saying, like, well, I'm going to engineer this bridge on my made up nonsense math that that doesn't actually calculate things correctly. So it doesn't have to. It's not tested by fire quite in the same way that other things are. We aren't making predictions about what we're going to see in the biological world based on evolution and then not seeing it, for example, because if we don't see it, we just say, well, it just takes a long time. Or other things. If we don't say, well, it's because it's an evolutionary stasis. So nobody's making predictions that the world will look different in the future in the following ways because of this mechanism, this ongoing mechanism that evolution presents. So that's part of the reason why it's persisted for such a long time. It's like with relativity, at first, there weren't really good ways that people could actually experimentally test the predictions of it. But over the course of many years, not only did the technology come in being that they could test those predictions, there were also things that they were using technology for to do that weren't there to test those predictions, but the results of which were nevertheless consistent with them, right? So over time, even if people weren't directly testing the ideas of relativity for validity, it still would have had to undergo a gauntlet of validating or falsifying observational data. Evolution gets to escape that because it says, number one, it's either because it takes too long, that's why you don't see it, or number two, it's because that's not happening right now anymore for that species. Which is, you know, it's silly. I guess it's a perfect storm of various factors as to why it's persisted for so long. Those things I just said, plus the fact that people think it's one of two alts, religion or evolution, and to oppose one is to favor the other. That's absolutely not the case, and one does not need and should not, in fact, really, usually, you should not have alts, right? When you negate, you negate because the AF fails to affirm. It does not do its job in some way. That's why we negate. We don't negate because I've got a better idea. We negate because your idea is bad. Do you like gay porn? Well, I mean, I think it's I don't, I personally don't like it, but I'm not saying to you, Sandro, that it should be different. Evolution is a scam to keep the National History Museum open. Well, I didn't know the National History Museum had so much pull. I lay down in a wet parking lot to look under my car. Now I smell like piss. You have a boyfriend? No, I have a wife. I just say it because I feel bad. You seem impoverished. Um, Impoverished? What model would you say is more accurate? I have no idea what the explanation is. I wish I did. Um, would be cute to make miniature ferret pool noodles. I misunderstood the second part of what you said. The second part of what you said was stop putting your noodles in my pool. My question is, are sperm whales the most intelligent, longest living creature on Earth? I don't know. In science, the term theory has different value and meaning than in common use by lay people. I don't care whether we label evolution as theory or whatever. Forget those words. What evolution claims to do is to explain how the different species came into being as a, a increased in number and complexity from a smaller number and less complex. So, theory, hypothesis, philosophy, schmuff, all those words, whatever. I just wanted to do what it claims to do. Has rock and roll evolved? Sure. Rock and roll has evolved in the sense that you've got lots of artists who are, increasing number of artists influenced by a fewer number of artists from a long time ago, right? Uh, and you've got the the creative efforts of individual human beings informed by ever more music, therefore more fully informed about it. The difference between rock and roll and species is that the reason rock and roll evolved is because it's the product of creators. So the equivalent would be if you if I were saying that God caused evolution not by in, implementing a naturally occurring process, but instead by being influenced by the previous creatures he had made to make new creatures with very varying differences, then that would be the same kind of thing, right? But the the reason humans, category labels for human stuff, that kind of stuff can evolve is because it's the category may stay the same, but you can get lots of different expressions of that because new ones are being created and informed by the previous ones. It's also the case that even though rock and roll has evolved, the label still fundamentally excludes certain things and includes certain things. And it's one of those holistic labels. It's not an operationalized definition you can use to exclude or include something in the set without any false negatives or false positives. That's what it means to operationally define something. I feel like you've been deprived of a reasonable and fair conversation on a subject determined to haunt the channel. Um, I don't feel like I've been deprived of a reasonable and fair conversation. I, I think that just because people don't agree with me and don't have rebuttals for my points or don't have answers for my questions, that doesn't mean they're being unreasonable or unfair. It just means that I'm right. Who creates music? Humans? Yeah, I mean, you might catch me here a little bit because I kind of sort of believe that good music is discovered by humans rather than created by them, but that's kind of metaphorical of me. It's the thing that I mean is literally though the thing about the evolution that is notable is that it's hard for me to believe it. It lacks verisimilitude. You know, it's not, it doesn't. If it were a made up story, it wouldn't be believable. That here's this guy saying all of these things, getting no good rebuttals to his points, no good answers to his questions, and and then it doesn't matter because the world is just so wholeheartedly all in on this idea. It's it's really strange. And what's even stranger is it's not the only thing that I can think of in which I've been a very much an outlier in terms of like consensus or whatever and been right. And it's not supposed to go like that. Joe Scott made a video I watched the other day. This may be what made me think about this, where he was saying it's an appealing idea when you're young, but it's not the case that science it has made great progress by having some maverick who disagrees with the establishment prove to be correct. And this was in a video where he was highlighting some examples of that, although that wasn't expressly the subject matter. Anyhow, I agree with that. You know, like, I want to stress that my negation of evolution is not the same sort of thing at all in any sense of the word as some flat earther. A flat earther doesn't trust authority, doesn't trust scientific authority, doesn't trust abstract explanation really in general, because they intuit through a frame where they're understanding what they're experiencing as someone's intentions, like someone's intended brainwashing of me, someone's intended whatever. And they're not evaluating arguments at all on their merit. They're just displaying their distrust of authority, their distrust of information that's that removed from concrete reality. That is not me at all. You might also imagine somebody who like who argues Schopenhauer good that who argues the Schopenhauer position that extinction for humans is actually a good thing and possibly the most moral thing that could happen because of various reasons. They matter. And this person really, they're not trying to be correct about anything. They're just trying to be edgy by being different or something. That is not what's going on with me in evolution either. You might think, oh, well, this is just one of those cases where really secretly Eric's a creationist, but he just doesn't want to incur those argumentational burdens. No, I'm not a creationist. That's not an explanation either, right? God made everything, does not explain where things came from. It just says, well, we don't have a good answer, so magic sky friend. I'm not buying that argument at all. Maybe you're right, Alec. Maybe I feel like well, I guess I feel like people might be sidetracked by these misconceptions. But it's also reasonable for people to be like that because it is the case that the maverick that disagrees with everybody is not the way that usually science works at all. And it is the case that almost always when somebody's negating evolution, it's really it's a veil over their creationism half. Yeah, I did. I talked to actually an evolutionary scientist that I interviewed. It might still be on the channel somewhere, and they could no more answer any of my questions than anybody else I've talked to about it. At the end of it, he's like, "You don't get it. There's rhythms." I'm like, what? There's rhythms. There's rhythms to nature. There's a rhythm. You, you. Science simply describes evolution as change over time. Okay, well, I mean, if we're just going to define it as that, then it's absolutely the case that every species will exhibit some change over time because individuals are always relatively unique expressions of the same genome, right? So any grouping of unique expressions of the same genome is going to be somewhat different than any other grouping of different expressions of the same genome. So in that sense, yes, a genome, the totality of a genome's expression is going to look different if you take snapshots of it in different moments. If but but that's not what anybody means by evolution. What they mean by evolution is that and those that elasticity within a genome and variability within expressions of the genome as part of this redundancy replication process that you can extrapolate that and you end up with speciation. That's what people mean by evolution, that speciation occurs because mutations in isolated subpopulations of a given species are advantageous and are rewarded by having that mutation replicated. And then that process happens again and again and again until there's a new species. That's what people mean by it. How can decide what change you seen is a mutation or evolution? Time is a consideration. Well, how how can we decide something is a mutation? Well, I mean, the things that we can determine are definitely mutations exhibit as deleterious or expressions of an unhealthy copy, a bad copy of a genome. Like, so, the reason sickle cell anemia is present in some subpopulations of human beings is because that mutation was not deleterious enough to kill off people who had it before they could reproduce. So we know that's a mutation. We can, I don't doubt, I'm pretty sure there's a genetic test for it, and you can point to where the mutation is on the thing and how it differs from the healthy expression of the same part of the genome. If you're asking, how can we know whether something that is working great, like, how can I know that my sense of smell was the result of a mutation? We can't know that. And that's an area where evolutionists beg the question all the time. There are no positive mutations, I might say. And someone goes, well, what about tricone colored eye vision or whatever? Well, yes, people have that, but why do you think it's a positive mutation? Well, because it didn't appear until, yeah. I mean, we don't have a genetic fossil record. We might have a couple of little points of data here and there, but no, mutation persists if it's non deleterious enough that the individual survives long enough to reproduce. That's when a mutation persists. Now, that includes things that, at least conceivably, are positive if such a thing exists, right? That would include, non deleterious includes positive things. But the key thing to note here is that nobody can dispute the mechanism of selecting against. And so, like, we can all agree that if somebody's born with, some bird is born with a bad genetic deformity, it's not going to live long enough to reproduce. And so that gets selected against. Hi, Mrs. Baum. No, because a wellness in someone else's position does not necessarily imply the strengthening of his. For the weakness in someone else's position does not necessarily imply the strengthening of his. Yeah, well, and the thing is, my position is, I'm not, I'm not affirming anything. I'm not saying uh, that. So it's like my position is that evolution is overly weak to affirm. But I mean, I'm not having good diction when I say it's too weak to affirm. What I should say is it doesn't affirm because not only does it not validate, but it falsifies across multiple tests. Eric, are you saying that nature makes the gene selections? Well, I am saying that when we talk about evolution, we necessarily and always seem to talk about it as though our genes have an interest. And to the extent that we understand a species as something taking interested action, it would be our genomic signature taking action to reproduce multiple copies of itself, so it has a lot of redundancy. so that it doesn't die off, you know. uh, it's not wrong to think that, assuming there are positive mutations, it's fine to say that those could be selected for if it confers reproductive success. Like, for example, a parrot who has a mutation that gives them a third testicle with a third more sperm dispute and accordingly humps a third more often than another parrot. Well, clearly, if that such an individual were to exist, then that individual would be selected in favor of, provided no accident befalls it before it can reproduce. So that's fine. So it's still nevertheless the case that we have we can look at an example of some individuals' genetics being rewarded a great deal. We talk about Genghis Khan. His expression of the human genome was rewarded a great deal with reproductive success. And also, there was no mutation involved. So the thing is, not only would this mutation have to be advantageous enough to provide marked significant reproductive success advantages, but it would also have to be advantageous in a way that negated the other considerations in terms of reproductive advantage. Like if you look at humans and one of Genghis Khan's underlings is the one born with the three testicles and the extra humping ability and stuff. Well, is he going to outbreed Genghis Khan? Probably not, because there are a lot more factors than that, right? That determine reproductive success than just this single mutation, even though that single mutation is posited as positive and directly links to reproductive success. So, when you do a few thought experiments and you try to conceive of actually working out the details of this. So, okay, let's say I'm going to go from this species to this species. How many mutations would be required? How many generations? What compatible mutations occurring in multiple individuals would have to occur? Uh, what things reverse engineer, like cow back to manatee or something. What are the quantity of changes? How long would that take, etc.? And what would the specifics of population events have to be? It'd have to be an endless sequence of genetic bottlenecks and founders effects with compatible mutations that go through mutations on the way to things that where they have to mutate necessary but insufficient conditions to partially realize something that's not beneficial at all until it's fully realized. And when you just start actually thinking about it, it makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't make any sense. If you imagine trying to apply this mechanism to a book and say, well, let's have um, in every copy of this book, let's include in some of them random mutations, changing some words in it. Okay. And now let's do that for all the books, etc. And now, in instances where the new words don't make it incomprehensible, so you can still make meaning out of it. It may not be contextually very sensible, but it still makes meaning. Let's reproduce those ones. You eventually end up not with a new book that was different and also cool and you could read. You'd end up with gobbledygook, you know? Even though the mechanism that I'm describing there is an exact corollary to evolutionary mechanisms. Does evolution negate God? No. I'm a Christian, but I don't look to my religious faith to explain things. An argument does not exist based on weakness in position. An agreement does, though. Well, Steve, now you got this wrong. So, what you want to do is you want to use math to add and subtract, and you want to use colors to paint things, okay? You don't want to try to use colors to add and subtract or math to paint things. What you're trying to say is that because math isn't paint, that you don't like it. Well, you can not like it all you want, but remember, God's not there to explain things. If you're using your magical thinking frame to explain things, you are doing it wrong. Well, you can use math in painting, that's true. But I guess what I'm envisioning is you getting a canvas and getting some stickers. 4 plus 4 equals 8. But the thing is, the point is, it's important that we not try to totalize a single frame because no frame is optimal for every case study, right? And if we try to totalize our frame and make it determinant on all kinds of questions, even questions for which that frame is inappropriate, we do ourselves and everybody else a great disservice. Genghis Khan was the founder of a tribe. He created a tribe of Mongols that were, in a sense, an adapted species, well, adapted in their terrain and built to survive their current environment. Oh, I agree that Genghis Khan and his Mongol horde was very adaptive to the world in which they lived. And and that particular copy of the genome was rewarded in great disproportion to other individuals of that species, with the result that that individual's genetic specific genetic uh, expression has elements that have passed down into much larger percentage of the population than some other random individual, right? But again, that doesn't involve any mutation. That was my point about the reproduction thing, is that, in fact, even if we imagine a mutation offering maximal reproductive advantage, well, we can just look to Genghis Khan as an example of how the mutation not only has to be providing direct reproductive advantage, but it needs to be like decisive on the issue of reproduction over and above all the myriad other factors that come into play in terms of reproductive success. Plus, not experiencing the accident and die or something before its reproductive age. And if that happens, I guess we just imagine the same mutation happens again. Is that how we pretend this? Would you rather be a roofer for the rest of your life or lose both your legs? I'd rather be a roofer. Because of what happened in the Garden of Eden. You know what? I gotta say, Steve, I'm just not that impressed. Almighty God is like, okay, I get it. It would take me a lot longer than 6 days to make everything. But I'm not God. I mean, like if I were you, God, and I was trying to get this shit done with all my omnipotence, I would have just done it all at once. So, have you ever heard of a little something called work ethic? Seventh day you rested, huh? And how long did you spend on each of the first 6 days? doing the little part that you did. I bet it didn't take you more than 30 seconds. For 6 days, you worked a total of 3 minutes, and then you took an entire day off. What a slacker. Yeah, I would love to do a bumper cut. Life is a training program for infantile humans. Well, Steve, I think I've got a pretty good idea of which Steve you are, but that's fine. We'll just let this account try to learn from previous accounts' mistakes. It does not seem as though you're learning from the moment, but that's okay. We'll just we'll just display a little patience, you know, be a little Christ-like. That's fine. 30-second workday. Yes, I will take the job, but I do have a caveat. I only work 30 seconds a day. I get a lot done in those 30 seconds, but, don't expect you to see me just hanging around the office or anything. Winston's mom, the topic is not some alt alt non-explanation. The topic is why evolution is not correct. I guess okay. You know what? I take this back. Steve successfully segued into the topic by asking, "Does evolution negate God?" And the answer is no. God could easily enough be the source of, could have made things such that he made that mechanism that produces speciation. That certainly is conceivable. Does evolution negate the story of Genesis? Well, the story of Genesis and evolution, if they both propose to be explanations for species, then they are mutually exclusive. So you cannot affirm evolution and the Garden of Eden story at the same time without trying to position the Garden of Eden story as symbolic, meaning evolution through some incredible stretch of interpretation. Like I said, Steve, I'm going to be patient with you. I've already informed you that it's not appropriate to proselytize in what's fundamentally a secular space. So you can keep that in mind as well. How are gorillas so strong with eating bananas and nuts? Um, I would say they grew up with a good role model. Is that a good answer? Your God is weed today. No. Uh, are you attempting to say that I can't tell the difference between a thing that I pray to and a thing that I smoke? Steve, it's okay. Christ forgives you. I might even forgive you for a minute or two more, but you've proven yourself to be super passive aggressive in the past. Steve, if you think that smoking weed is the same as worshiping an idol, then you need to get your fucking head checked. For fuck's sake, bro. It's cheaper than Coke. Ket is cheaper than Coke. Do you live near me, Samuel Muneza? If you do, and when you have a Kit Connect, hit me up. Let me know. I want to piggyback on your buy if you could make that happen. Is Twitness? Yeah, it's Twitness. Habitual three. I don't think Steve is delusional. I think Steve is a combination of he's one of two things. Either he's a very earnest and he's a very earnest born again Christian who's not very good at objective self criticism, or he's a troll pretending to be that, and or he's kind of passive aggressive. He's very brazen about disrespecting expressly stated boundaries. Like, look, Steve, I get it. You think you know what I should do. But what I think you should do is shut the fuck up about it. And if you're not going to respect that boundary, then I will invariably have to time you out and then hide you. No, Steve, you don't get to call that love either, right? So it's important to remember that uh, just because you really appreciate it when people you love tackle you and hold you down on the ground for a big hug, when somebody tells you they don't like that, you don't get to call that love still. All right, goodbye. Dude, I'm not talking about you per se. I was positing why you're the way you are, but I'm not trying to condemn you. I'm once again expressing to you very clearly there are reasonable boundaries that people set, and it's disrespectful to ignore those. It's like the only reason I even set the boundary is because I entertained your wanting to talk about this subject for such a long time. You kept ignoring everything I said that might be informative to you about the matter. People in their ways. Am I right or am I right or am I right? All right, all right, all right. I wasn't concerned about you being mad. I am doing the same thing I've always done with you, Steve. I've been fair, honest, and correct. He lived in heaven. Your mama in heaven. So, I think you all know what I'm talking about. We all do. We all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about practice. I was going to for a little while, but then I didn't have quite the gumption to do it. I was gonna clip some stuff from last night's stream because maybe towards the end, like last couple hours, maybe it got a little random Eric meowing about whatever. But it seemed like there was a fair number of instances of good, good, good engagements, like somebody asking a good question and me giving a good answer, or some variation of that kind of thing, right? I felt very calm yesterday because I was kind of getting sick. I feel calm today too. Partially, I think that's olanzapine after mush. I did end up taking a full olanzapine last night. I took half, still couldn't go to sleep. Took the other half. Then I did go to sleep. But when I take olanzapine, I feel very mushy brained and the next day when I wake up. A butthole is an interesting topic for a stream, I think, says Teabag on that video. You know what, Teabag? I mean, I wouldn't call it an interesting topic for a video, but at the same time, I would call it a frequent topic that comes up in live streams. Seems to. You know, these days with all the talk you hear in the news about butthole plastic surgery, it's understandable that it would come up a lot. The only reason I really would like things to be a simulation, I'd like it to be the Matrix kind of civilization where you're a body in a pod somewhere. And the reason is because if it's that kind of simulation, then after I die, I'm gonna wake up and realize, oh shit, I still got my whole actual life in front of me, and it'll feel like overtime. Feels like the game went into overtime. Inkity pinkity, flabby foliage. Um, uh, Inkity pinkity, pinkity. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Flabby. Inkity. Flabby. Three syllable word for flabby. An overweight clovergate? How about a fatipy canopy? I don't know. This will ever be a 5 minute arcade life simulator. All right, well, that's kind of my best case scenario is that after we die, we wake up in our Zen pod and realize that it was just another day on the job because our job, for some reason, is to simulate a complete life every day. And that I'm actually only 7 years old. So, oh my God, I'm not that close to being dead after all. That would be good. That'd be a good one. Also, then I get to play overtime while kicking the question of afterlife down the road. You know, I'm assuming that the people who are close to you in the simulated life are in the pods near you, you know. But maybe some people who are close to you in life are actually NPCs. That would be possible too. Like when people smoke salvia and live 30 years in another dimension that's only 30 seconds here. I mean, Rachel's in bed. Heather, she's sick. We both have a little bit of a cold. Blubbery shrubbery. Oh. It's a good one. Shrubbery. I mean, I think like bush would have been a fairer clue. But I was trying to think of things that were synonyms for leaves. Leaves. I came up with canopy. I came up with what else? Vegetable. Gaytard, gaytard. I'm a tard, and I'm so gay. I'm in the Special Olympics today. The Special Olympics, it's full of pride. It's the Pride Special Olympics. That's the place for me. Not that kind of bush. God. You're reminded of the gutter. And and run to the Pride Special Olympics. I don't see what you say. It must have been censored by Google. Heathorpe, if you're saying where's Rachel and why am I ignoring that question, I did eventually get back to it and answer it. I just uh, my attention was on other chats for a moment. But I'll answer it again right now. Rachel is in bed because she's a little bit sick. It wouldn't shock me if she were asleep because I don't see her here in the chat. But she could be listening to something else. Anyway, you guys don't distract me. I need to do my preparations for the Pride Special Olympics. Now that I know I'm the main gay tard, I figure I might as well represent. Hmm. I suspect she's not in there saying, God, when is Eric gonna come here and give me his deck? Because she's not feeling well. She's sick. Although sometimes being sick doesn't necessarily run counter to that stuff. But you know what's better than being in the Special Olympics? Not being in the Special Olympics. Hey, that's not enough pride. You need to be proud that you're retarded. You need to be proud that you're gay. You need to be proud that you can't hear or see or talk anyway. You got to be proud that you're stupid. You got to be proud that you're dumb. You got to be proud that you're such a horrible one. That's my affirmation for you all today. Remember, be proud of yourself. Be proud of who you are from the top of your head to the bottom of your toes. I'm not gonna hate myself anymore. I'm not a big failure who doesn't accomplish things. I'm a big failure who doesn't accomplish things. That's the difference that pride brings to the occasion. Can we do a poll? Okay, what would you like to poll? Oh, okay, I have to change. Oh, that's fine, Acacia. I'll do a little extroverted sensing for you, I guess. Switch account. You get to be proud that you're stupid. You got to be proud that you're mean. You got to be proud that you hate everybody that you seen. Anybody? Okay. Acacia, how in the world can you want to have a poll without knowing what poll you want to have? All right. Let me ask this question. Should Acacia want a poll question, that a non-specific poll question, should Acacia want a non-specific poll question? I'll let you guys in a little clue. The answer is no. Should Acacia want a non-specific poll question? Everyone's like, no, no, no. And it'd be somehow this important question draws in throngs of thousands of people, and there's thousands and thousands of votes, and every single one of them says no. How would that make you feel, Acacia? Then you'd think twice about wanting a poll question, huh? Eric was right that one time. I should have wanted a poll question that was a specific poll question. I'm not going to make that mistake again. You did get a poll. You know, I hope you didn't get more than you bargained for. Or do you lie when you answer poll questions? That is a good one. I mean, it's like my response to it is, well, only some of the times if I give the thing even like qualify for liability. So if it's a question like pizza or sandwich, and it's not even asking which one's better or which one do you like more, just pizza or sandwich. I can't really lie on a poll question like that. Say sandwich, say pizza. Either way is fine. I would never tell a lie. Not even to the devil? That's a good question. Is it okay to lie to the devil? I like that poll question. Is it okay to lie to the devil? I think one good answer is you can't lie to the devil without joining him. Which word is silliest sounding? Cockamamie? Mamie? Kerfuffle? Purloin? Purloin. Purloin's a good one. I like purloin best of those ones. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my blisses. I can read this thing right here. It's time to purloin. It's something we always like to do. If you want to go and kick your friend in the groin, then you go and do you. Meanwhile, we'll be here just purloining like last year when we went to France and purloined some art. And when we get back, we're gonna do a purloin attack and we're gonna take over the world. Don't get sanctimonious with me. No. I know that you're just as into rubbery, and don't think you can impress me with your self-righteous ways. If you really hated purloining that much, you would not have purloined with us last Tuesday much when we went around and purloined all of those things we purloined. No, you wouldn't. Get your anti-purloining advocacies away from me. Take your no purloining anymore society out to a picnic. There. Well, I guess I was wrong. I guess Acacia was correct in wanting a non-specific poll. Saxophone. Are you ready to rap? It's rapitalism, the late stage kind. If I wanna rap, I gotta learn to rhyme. I'm too far behind, I gotta catch up. From the future rewind, then I will. I'm rapping. I'm rapping. Why? Because I'm rapping. And because this beat is hip hop, so it would be crap if I didn't do so. Thus, I'm rapping. Yes, I'm rapping. I'm rapping like a trapper, keep it trapping. All your papers inside, or like a trapper having beaver hides in Canada, was trapping things back in the day. He liked to trap every day, trapping every single way. Sometimes he trapped people, sometimes animals, but whatever he trapped, he was always full of trapping energy. He liked trap music, hi-hats all over the place, all everywhere. He likes to dance to that for some reason. Dance in the night in his underwear. What? He's a trapper. Yes, he's a trapper. He's a trapper keeper. He is a trapper. He's a trapper keeper. He keeps trapping trappers in his keeper. He's a trapper keeper. He's a trapper keeper. He is a trapper keeper. What do you want to say to the trapper keeper today? What? Thank you. Let's all do some dancing. Let's start a conga line. I'll keep dancing in front of you, and you dance behind. Let's dance. I like this baritone sax. It's pretty crazy sound. Oboe, huh? Like most people, I think of Peter and the Wolf when I hear the oboe. Doesn't the oboe make you think of Peter and the Wolf? It does me. I remember listening to Peter and the Wolf in elementary school class. Like, I don't know, music appreciation or something they were doing. Or maybe we watched that movie. I think it's a Disney movie, right? They made Peter and the Wolf. I remember liking it a lot. It turns out there never was any wolf. Why? Because he was crying wolf. English horn. cannot figure out. Like you push like two notes together, it makes a certain kind of chord, and I cannot for the fucking life of me figure out what combination equals what kind of chord. I know major and minor, but I when I try to do any kind of like music theory thinking about this, trying to figure out, okay, well, this note and that note, who, who knows? I, I don't even know like how to make a suspended chord. I'm never gonna figure out not only which sounding chord is that, but how to make it on this without playing the full chord. So that's what that like autoplay thing is. Lets you just push one or two notes to make a full chord, but and it has more than just major and minor chords. But I can never figure out like which one it's gonna make. I gotta push these two. Anyway, probably should have ended the stream before fucking around on the piano like that, since it's obviously not very audience friendly. But you know, story of my life. Story of my life. Tell us the story of your life. My life began 100,000 years ago. When I was born into a tribe of Neanderthals. My father, Og, said when he saw me being born, "Baby mutated. Hope not confer reproductive advantage." So, what I'm currently doing here, should have been doing from the start go. Yeah, Rachel, well, we were lucky. What happened was our, our respective Neanderthal parents, who were not related to each other, both had mutated babies, allowing me and Rachel to propagate a new species called Homo sapiens. It was very fortunate that we both got such massive and compatible sets of mutations. Have you lost flavors? She lost strawberry and strawberry banana, but not just banana. Those are the flavors that she lost. She lost pinatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros, tequila and churros, siesta time in old Michoacan, or it could be in Tijuana. You know, of course, we should go like, with 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 friendly gladness, we We offer you hello, wonderful people of old Mexico. Or, so let's grab our passports. It's time to go and visit the rustic land of Mexico. Did you mail it to me or something? Did you email it to me? First I've heard of it. If you want to email it to me, I will listen to it. But if you don't want to, that's fine too. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, G. I'm in love with you too, Rachel. I love you more than a country music singer loves their truck and God. They tend to love their truck, God, beer. Um, you know, their way of life. They aren't fancy. They don't expect no special treatment. They just expect the freedom of being American. And I'm sorry if I ain't one of them modern city folk, but I like my women blonde and wearing makeup, but also driving trucks. Oh, modern country music. You are. What's weird is like one of the big conceits of country music is authenticity, and it's like, yes, tone or messaging or whatever. But nothing could be less authentic than contemporary country music, which, messages all about like, aw shucks, small town America stuff. I'm like, oh, come the fuck on, bro. Beer is good, God is great, people are crazy. You call me old fashioned, but you keep your sparkly Hollywood bling. I'm just fine with my beat up old truck and well played guitar. It's not always easy being a man, but there's one thing that I surely know. That's I love talking pretty while drinking my whiskey with old Caroline Susie Joe. It's not that that whole kind of vibe isn't cool. It's just that it's ultra uncool when it's this completely corporate manufactured garbage. Like, you know, all those Ford truck commercials and stuff pitching their product to as representative of a life that almost zero of the people who buy into that narrative actually live. Like, think about all the Ford F 150s you see on the road. How many of those people do you think are actually farmers? Like, that'd be funny. Like, you go to a random group of people walking down the gather a random group of people from like Venice Beach or something. And you ask them, okay, I'm just doing a quick poll. I want to know what your job is or whatever you want to call it, vocation, profession. And it's like 9 out of 10 of them are like, oh, actually, I'm a farmer. In the olden days, that would be not surprising at all. Nowadays, it would be shocking. It would be as shocking as if 9 out of 10 of them said they were astronauts. As the taxpayer, I want to go over the books and say, hold on a second. Am I getting this right? We have astronauts on payroll? What the fuck do we need 36 astronauts on payroll for? So we can get out of space. We're not even sending people to outer space hardly ever anymore. We just send up machines. What's the advantage of sending a person? Wouldn't it be better to fill it with more camera equipment and other stuff? But we still gotta have astronauts. Not on my watch. You can get rid of these astronauts right now. We can hire some former Soviet cosmonauts for cheap, I'm sure. Let's see what else the taxpayers footing here. What's this? That's the FDA. Oh, right. Yeah, so people expect the government to keep them safe from bad food and drugs, huh? Well, let me tell you something. That's their problem, not ours. That's not a federal matter. But we think drugs should be safe. Listen, dumbass, that's what civil liability is for. If a corporation says their poison is actually aspirin and it kills you, then you can sue them. That's your remedy. Let's see here, federal government. What else we got on this list of expenditures? CIA, NSA, and Homeland Security. What? And FBI. Why do we have all of these varying degrees of intelligence, law enforcement things? When one of them would be plenty. We'll keep the FBI. It's been around for a while. We'll keep the CIA too, fine. But if the NSA is going to exist, make it be underneath the CIA, just part of the CIA, or vice versa. We don't need to have all these separate agencies. The Space Force. Who are we fighting in space? Who are we going to fight in space? And why? Why would we fight anybody in space? Even if you conquer the territory, there's nothing there. And you might be like, well, what if people try to shoot weapons down at us from space? That's not a good way to shoot weapons. It's a very, it's not better than any myriad alternative delivery systems in any way. Now, it might be the case, I guess, we would have to defend against Chinese spaceships who are trying to shoot our satellites or something. Okay, I guess. I think it's a while until we get spaceships that fly around and have like weapons on them to shoot rays at people. I don't really think space has basically anything to offer us. People might talk about exploiting resources from meteors and or Mars or something, some kind of resource from someplace, but I don't see such an endeavor ever being uh, profitable, beneficial enough to justify the extreme amount of effort and costs incurred and stuff like that. We're never going to live on Mars. That's ridiculous. We can't even live in a closed system here on Earth. How will we ever possibly live on Mars? They tried to do that and they say, okay, well, if we were going to try to put structures and live on Mars, we would have to meet all these requirements and have all these different kinds of plants growing in them and whatever. They had optimally set up on Earth, and they still weren't able to produce enough oxygen. They had eventually they had to, like open the airlock. The sun doesn't just have an anus; it has Uranus. Use your lyrics. What are your lyrics? Spaceship troopers from the anus of the sun. Is that your lyric? Well, listen to the United States of Whatever song. What's the United States of Whatever? Is that does it have a artist? The United States of Whatever by Liam Lynch. Okay, I'll listen to it. I don't want to get copyrighted, so I'm going to mute for a sec. That's pretty good. I like that. I mean, that's not something I would listen to regularly or anything, but it's funny. I like it. I don't know if he's still here, but I did listen to United States of Whatever song, and I approve. I definitely approve of it. Go, Jazzy Davidson. Oh, she missed it, but we got the rebound. Are you trans love? Is trans love mean that you transition from love to hate and back again? The United States of Whatever by Liam Lynch. I'll put the link here. It's funny. I like it. Slab City is an interesting place, but I wouldn't go walking around by yourself after dark. or during the daylight either, really. There are definitely some sketch elements there. Not that I've ever really gone and walked around myself, but I have also watched lots of videos on it. Not lots, but some videos on it. And it's definitely a refuge for the lawless, you know. Sometimes, ideally, it just manifests as drug addicts and stuff, but sometimes it includes people who are, violent and such. Good job, Samuels. Was that Samuels or was it Kira Dunn? Oh, get. Oh, I don't like anything Fender. Fuck Fender. All right, I will. Fender, I hereby fuck thee. Hi, Keybot. How's it going? I hope it's going well. In fact, I hope it's going better than ever. That's as good as it can get. Almost. Okay. I don't know. I can't even picture what a Fender Mustang looks like. I think of a Telecaster and a Stratocaster, but I don't know. Oh, is it turd shaped? Cubes. There's that one animal that has cube poops, you know? It's like a wombat or something. We are up by 4 points. Oh, good job. Oh, you missed it, but you drew the foul. Fair enough. Go, Jazzy Davidson, go. You missed that free throw. That's fine, you made the first one. I loathe tellies. Yeah, I'm not a huge Telecaster fan either. Strats are fine. It is going better than ever. Boyfriend's just gone to work, so I'm all alone in his lovely big bed listening to you, considering some snoozing. How's it going, Eric? It's going fine. I went to the grocery store today, and gee, you're getting timed out for being gross. Just, you must be a little deep in your cups. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I went to the grocery store today. We just stayed home because she's feeling a little sick. And I made a little progress on one thing I wanted to make some progress on. And that's really about it. I started live streaming. I feel like I feel heard by Alex too, which is weird. It's like he said, he addressed the fact that it sounded like I felt treated shabbily on the subject of evolution, which I immediately said that's ridiculous. But when I thought about it a little more, I guess maybe I do. Not by anybody in particular, just like you know. Um, Even though I guess it's sort of, maybe I do feel like that a little bit. Mostly what I feel is just like it's hard to believe. It's not believable that everybody would be wrong about something so much, you know. Samuels, you changed your hair. Samuel's hair has never looked like this before that I've seen it. She's got it. She usually, I don't remember exactly what it used to look like, but I've never seen her hair like that before. Samuel's is having a good game in the last few minutes anyway. We're up by 6. She's at the free throw line, and now we're up by 7. And very shortly, hopefully, we will be up by 8. Wow, good shooting, Samuels. Indiana is 14 and 11, 3 and 10 Big Ten play. SC is 15 and 9, 7 and 6 in Big Ten play. So I would expect us to win this going away, not necessarily by like 20 points, but by, 12, 16 points or something. But we might have a little more trouble with them than I would have predicted. Although, my opinion on this team keeps shifting around because they're very schizo. You see them fall apart some games and destroy teams other games, and we are ranked in terms of the like basketball strength index or whatever it's called 20th last I saw, which is much higher than our actual ranking, which is unranked. Hmm. Well, I think I will do the stream until the end of the third quarter, 2 minutes of game time, and then I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up like a present for Christmas. Okay. There's also luge and alpine skiing on the Olympics. Presented. I'll get this started a little bit. I'm not that interested in watching luge, although it's not necessarily terrible. I was really bothered earlier by the finals of the certain speed skating events because I'm not exactly sure the distance or whatever, but it seemed like they raced for like 30 seconds and then there'd be 10 minutes of standing around till the next one. So that didn't really work that great for me as a spectator sport. Okay. It is now 52 to 50. We only have a 2-point lead. Terrible news, everybody. Terrible, terrible news. He's a mean one, Mr. Grinch. And meow, 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 meow. Mustang. Let me look at this picture of it. I don't hate the shape of them. It's a little soft, maybe. But I think they look fine. I said, did you email it to me? I asked you that. Or I said, if you want me to listen to it, email it to me. But I'm not sure how you disseminated it. This is the first I heard of it. True, I haven't checked my email today. I did check it yesterday. He made some music loop, and he wants somebody to listen to it, and that's fine. I'm willing to do so. So if it's in my email, then I'll listen to it when I check my email. If it's not in my email, email it to me. You uploaded it to where? What am I to do? Supposed to just type into the internet, G's uploaded loop? Lots of vitamin C. Send space. I don't know what that is. Did you send people a link to it in their email or something? Echania. Echania is what they call it. St. John's wort. I don't care whose wort this is. I'm not going to eat it. Did anyone prove evolution? No. I'm not even looking for anybody to prove it. I'm just looking for somebody to have answers that resolve some inconsistencies.
You're so handsome.
Thank you. Remove spaces. You're not being very helpful in terms of explaining how to access the thing you want us to listen to. You're not answering my question over the email that 55-54, 1 point left. I mean, 1 point lead for SC. 30 seconds left in the third quarter. Yes, you might be able to see your own link, but we can't see it. You want to put a link? Fine. I'll make you a mod temporarily and you can put a link. Now you are temporarily a mod, G, so go ahead and do it if you're going to. Yes, you are now a mod temporarily, so put the link. We're back at the free throw line. There we go. Thank you, G. Open link in new tab. Boom tis. Boom tis. I gotta download it? Seriously? Um, it is not downloading. Oh, there it goes. Not bad. Pretty good. The drums need to be louder. The mix isn't great, but I like it. It's got good forward momentum. Also, could you pick a worse way to share music with people? I just thought I'd give a little useful feedback, as well as the fact that I I'm pleasantly surprised for sure. I wasn't sure what to expect, but but as useful feedback, one thing I can tell you is you want to mix the drums up higher in the mix. I mean, I wouldn't say it's kind of shitty conceptually. I think you did a good job of finding something that moves nice. I mean, I think a better way to share music is to provide people a link where they can push play on a player rather than something they have to download. But it's fine. It worked the second time I tried to download it. Am I African or Chinese? I'm neither today, but I was Chinese yesterday, and I was from the Congo about 3 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, I was South African, but I was Afrikaner, and uh, I had moved away from South Africa when apartheid ended, so I'm not sure if that counts. Matthew Richard, hello. No, what's better than one first name? Two first names. That's what's better. Congratulations, Matthew Richard. You have twice as many first names as most of us. Most of us. Am I feeling better? I I still feel like I'm kind of waffling back and forth between yes getting sick or no getting sick. Rachel has fairly fully gotten sick, but um, my immune system seems to still be fighting it. Short answer, yes. I felt closer to being sick yesterday, last night, by far than I do today. His last name's actually Smith, but it's spelled in all invisible letters. That's the writing equivalent of a silent letter. All right, 59-57. Rihanna notwithstanding. Okay, well, I won't withstand her then. Oh, turnover, SC ball. Good job, girls. Let's go. Nice pass underneath. Good job, Kennedy Smith. 61-57, 4-point USC lead. 4 points and 8 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. So anybody's game for sure. But SE is, I'm certain, favored in this game by probably more than 4 points. So, yeah. I'm glad we are seriously involved. We are serious, you mean like with each other? We're as seriously involved with each other as we can be. Yeah, the son makes the Peter into a last name, Diarrell. Yeah. Otherwise, he could also just be, he could be Jor, Dan, Peter, Son. He would have three first names, and his last name would be Son, and his first name would be Jor, which is short, obviously, for Jor, which became a popular name after the Star Wars movie that had that character named Jar Jar. People tried to name their kid Jar Jar, but George Lucas sued them for copyright infringement, so they changed their children's name to Jar Jar. Why is Rachel in the chat and on the screen? Tell her to pick one. Because she's in bed because she's not feeling very well. She's coming down with a cold. She has a cold, and so accordingly, but even if she didn't have a cold, she just wants to be lying down in bed right now. So, oh, get it, good job. Oh, foul. That's definitely a foul. London Jones, you did a good job of drawing that foul. We're up by 3 points, 61-58. Rachel is in a superposition state. She's both in and out of bed at the same time. Would I draw dirty pictures of Rachel on my cave wall? Um, no, I'm going to assume that even if we're a caveman, I would not believe in drawing on the walls. I would find that barbaric. So if I were going to draw any kind of naked lady picture, it would definitely be of Rachel, but it would be on parchment, which is of course the precursor to paper. Do we believe she has a big oar? She has a big, or is she just trying to dominate the chat? Who are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I don't think we need to ban race sleeper. I'm sure there was some wires cross there communicatively. I don't know what you could possibly admit. Oh no, she has a bug. Yeah, she does. She's got the sniffles, the snuffles, and the snorfles. So those are three sure signs of a cold. I'm also fairly stuffy compared to normal, but uh, even though when I went to bed last night, I thought for sure I was going to wake up sick. My immune system did a little battling back last night. Yeah, but even if she didn't, sometimes she likes to lie down. Nobody's banning anybody. Just everyone chill out. Well, Rachel, I see why you suggested we get more lighters because even though, like just yesterday, I had half a dozen lighters sitting in front of me, now I only see that gray one of yours and this one. Where do you get your, where do you get this from, Rachel? Where did you find this? Sorry, it's very clear to me, as is the opposite of your personality. Oh, yeah. Rachel prefers the alternative to clash less conflict. 65-62. USC with the lead, but Indiana is not going away quietly into this good night. Tiffany inspired ceiling, fan, and light. Well, that makes one of us, Jeeves. I don't mean to invalidate your position on it or fail to appreciate the compliment, but personally, I fucking hate that thing. We don't need that in there. I'd rather just be a regular light fixture. It's got major design flaw so that if I need when I need to change the light bulb and the top part of it, like the screw is up here and the ceiling's like right there. Like how am I supposed to unscrew that, you fucking fan people? I managed to, but it took quite a bit of doing. And the house has central air conditioning, plus you can put the fan on the central air conditioning. It doesn't have to be air conditioning. And we have a ceiling fan in the foyer. Why did these people who had the house before us, why did they put these ceiling fans in here? I don't know why they did it. I don't think they know why they did it either. They might think they have reasons why they did it, but I think the real reason they did it is because they could not tell a good idea from a terrible idea. 67-64, Jazzy Davidson takes it into the lane and misses the layup. Kennedy Smith has three tries at it, and it wasn't Kennedy Smith, it was that other girl, but she had three tries at it, missed all three. So we got 4 rebounds on that because Jazzy missed one, then that girl missed three of them, then Kennedy Smith grabbed the rebound. It's a lot of rebounds on one possession. Wow. Some fans have poor designs. That's true. Yeah, it's a bit troublesome. And the thing is, these people who had the house before us, they put these ceiling fans in like literally every room, not including the bathrooms or the foyer, which isn't a room, right? But in every room but uh, the dining room. Like we've got one, two, three, four, five, six ceiling fans in this house. Six of them. All the ones upstairs have remote controls that make it it's this endless game of, well, maybe it's not working because the switch is in the wrong position, or maybe it's because the remote control is in the wrong position, or maybe it's because the pull strings are in the wrong position, right? Or maybe it's broken. The ceiling fan in our bedroom, the master bedroom, is just broken. Maybe the fan works, but the lights don't seem to work. Oh, these ceiling fans. You really touched a spot of distilled frustration in me there. You're like really, I every time I think about it, I just go, oh, because it's like I would like to take them out and just put in light fixtures there, but that will end up costing money, and also I don't know how to do that kind of stuff. If I felt confident doing it myself, then maybe it's not that much of an investment. But oh, ceiling fans. These people who had bought the house before we got it, but after the first people who put it up, the middle people there, they had the following things already available to them: a foyer fan, central air conditioning with a fan setting, many windows with screens on it, all of which they could open up. And they thought that all of those various climate control solutions were still inadequate. And they needed to put not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, but six ceiling fans into the house. Six of them. They also put up screen doors on on the doors here so they could leave the doors open and bugs wouldn't get in. Even though there are windows all around the doors that they could open that have screens on them already. I should have opted for a blowhole instead. Hey, someone from Olympics is fixed them? Someone from the Olympics is fixed them? Fixed them? You mean you found an Olympic athlete who's agreed to come to my house and replace my ceiling fans with regular light fixtures? That's surprising. I didn't know you'd be able to work that fast on this problem for me. I fucked up electric wiring a couple weeks back, and if you turn the kitchen light off, the bathroom light in my room would go off as well. Yeah, well, that's why I don't. It's like even though I don't like them, um, you should have opted for a blowhole test. Is it the glasses or the mushrooms? I'm not on mushrooms. I took mushrooms on Monday, which means I'm not gonna take mushrooms again until at the earliest Saturday, but probably not Saturday. It's Valentine's Day. Take it on Sunday, probably. What is my job? I'm unemployed. I used to be my profession that I had before I went on this extended sabbatical was I was a competition debate coach. Prior to that, an English teacher. I do make a few little mists worth of money from typing people, but I don't get very many sessions. I don't book very many sessions, so I don't make much from that. I get an even smaller whisper of money from ad revenue, like maybe I think around these days I'm averaging like $60 a month maybe. I'll get a direct deposit to my account every 2 months of like $100 and some dollars. Just another mushroom Monday. I wish I had DMT cards because then you can have fun with psychedelics and not have to wait a long time between doing it. But it's really, unless you give it, I think 5 days is pretty safe. If you give it 5 days between, then you'll have your trip won't be inhibited by your recency of your previous trip. But give it much less than that, any less than that, and you're gonna have to take more mushrooms to have an equivalent experience, which means you're wasting mushrooms. And even then, oh yeah, I need to work. I mean, there's no pressing urgency that requires me to generate money right this second, but I'm trying to be responsible and think long term. I've got to make sure Rachel and I are good, and Delilah too, uh, for the rest of me and Rachel's lives anyway. It's also the case, though somewhat morbid to think about, that there will come a day when Rachel gets an inheritance too. But yeah, I need to go back to work, not just for money. Also, it's like I I never imagined myself nor wanted to retire at 50 years old or something. You can work for me. The hours are long and it's an internship position. Oh, what valuable skills will I learn? Is the way to tell if someone's on mushrooms by dilated pupils? And I think the best way to tell is to ask them if they're on mushrooms. Dilated pupils, acid will dilate your pupils even more than mushrooms, I think. I think Rachel can tell when I'm on mushrooms when she hears me laugh in a certain way. The devil works through idle hands. Fuck Trump, fuck ICE. Well, I uh, I certainly object to the whole ICE thing, deporting a bunch of people and shooting people for no reason and stuff. Obviously, I oppose that stuff, but you know, try not to focus on it too much. Yes, ice in my drinks, though. If I go to some foreign country and they give me a glass of Coke with no ice in it, I'm just going to be like, okay, why don't you join the post Enlightenment civilized world, please, and put some fucking ice in this? Those Europeans. Eh, I want to drink this without any ice in it. That's just because you still haven't even invented ice. That's how behind the times you are, Europe. Now, let's say I'm in Mexico. I do not want any ice in my drink because obviously you can't trust Mexican water. You're bricked up like a Lego right now, huh? I mean, technically, wouldn't it require several Legos to be bricked up? A single Lego brick is just a brick, but not bricked up. Some countries don't use toilet paper and use a shower attachment to hose it down, which is crazy. Echo tends to correct people's moral blind spots. Insights, consequences, confrontations is different based on types. I'd say it differs based on types. For me, I have I at least understand myself to have an unfortunate tendency to need to make a lot of mistakes one time before I learn not to do that. And I learned through experiencing some of the consequences of it. But I think that, it depends a lot on what kind of, well, you say moral blind spots. Uh, you know, people don't actually make a lot of moral choices in life. Generally, our default way of going about our business through the day and stuff doesn't require us to consider things that have a clear moral status of either permissible, impermissible, or prohibited. And other issues that might be considered moral issues, like being kind or mm, like harm prevention, something. Well, yeah, I guess you could qualify that as a blind spot, right? Like a deficit area, and call it a deficit area with moral dynamics or something. But I would say that therefore some types are much more likely for a deficit to be in an area that links to some moral questions than others. Some countries make fun of countries who use toilet paper and call them dirty. Yeah, well, personally, I don't have any interest in developing some new habit of using a bidet. No, thank you. Do you want to shower every time you shit? No. I mean, the thing is, I'm going to clean my butthole when I shower, regardless of even if it's dirty at all, right? I just assume it's always dirty. But I don't want to have to wait to shower until after I poop, and I don't want to poop after I shower if that's the only way I'm going to clean my butthole. So we are at an impasse. Oh, good. 75-71, 4-point lead for the Trojans. Samuel's bringing the ball up court, a minute and a half left in the game. I was going to end it at the end of the third quarter, but now I'm just going to wait till the end of the game. I would have predicted we would win this game by more than we're currently winning it. But, Indiana does have 14 wins and 3 in conference wins, so I guess they proved to be a tougher opponent than I expected. I also was a little surprised, a little disappointed that Ohio State beat the men's team yesterday. Jesse Davidson makes the first free throw or the second free throw. Now a 6-point game. No, the condoms named their brand after the same thing that USC did, namely those people who got inside that horse. You may remember that story. Like, I got an idea. We need to get into there, but they've got a big wall and gate and stuff, right? So They don't want to take us in there. What do they want to take in there? I've got an idea. A giant wooden horse. But you know what's going to surprise them? We're going to be inside the horse. And then, you know, the next morning, the people inside the walled city, they're like, hey, look at this. Look what somebody lost and left here outside of our walls. Oh, yeah, we have those. Rachel, I'll get you some. I'll bring some to you right now. Um, we will, we will get you, we will get this free giant wooden horse. What luck we have. I can't believe that some passers-by were so careless as to lose this giant wooden horse right in front of our city. Unfortunately, none of the people in the city was particularly skeptical. You could call them a very naive city. None of them thought maybe those people are hiding, those people who have been attacking us, maybe they are hiding inside the horse. What did they plan to do with the horse? They just thought, hey, this will be great. We'll put it in the playground in the center of the city, and the kids can ride the slide down, and then they can climb on this giant wooden horse. It'll be fun. Well, somebody inside that city should have said, wait, just hold on a second. Don't bring it in quite yet. I want to go look and see if it's hollow. I mean, they should have been able to figure that out too when they push it and they go like, wow, this is a lot lighter than I expected. I was anticipating a solid wooden horse carved from one massive tree trunk. The men are sperm and the horse is a condom. You know what, Race Lever? I've never thought of that either until you mentioned it right now. Even when I was talking about the horse and stuff, I still didn't make that connection, but it does make perfect sense, right? Your penis is the people and the horse is the condom. And the idea of wearing a condom is that a woman will think, oh, somebody just left this conveniently located rubber tube here. I'll just take it inside my city. And then she's like, wait a second, there was a penis in there? I was too late now, lady. We win 79-73. Well, let me just get this free silicone-ish tube thing and place it where I put random things up in my vagina. 5-game win streak for the women of Troy. Good job, Lindsay Gottlieb. I'm impressed with the way you're coaching up this team to get better and better. Plackers, thank you, Diarrhea. Let me just pull this bomb right behind. Oh, here's, look, 3 lighters right here. 3 of them. Yeah. Using the technique of subterfuge. As, you know, they're pushing into the city. They hear like some giggles and some coughs and stuff. Did you guys hear something coming from inside this horse? Dan, come on. You can't be inside a solid wooden horse. Yeah, I guess you're right. You worry too much. It's fine. We don't take advantage of this free wooden horse while the opportunity is here. Hey, somebody else is going to take it.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love you.
Love you too. They probably would have been suspicious, but the people who got inside the horse, they had written a message on the outside saying, from a secret admirer. So, that piqued everybody's curiosity inside the city. Is the horse a true story? I can't imagine it would be a true story. Like, just because it was the ancient world, was were they really so dumb as to just like take inside their city this huge wooden horse without questioning where it came from or why it was in front of their city gate or something? I find it hard to believe. In addition to which, Troy was, or I guess it was Troy that was being sieged, right? There was a siege going on. Like, didn't the people inside the city see them building this giant wooden horse? What do you think they're doing over there with all the hammers and nails and wood and stuff? I don't know, big show, man. And the next day the horse is there. Hi! Look at that! You don't think that had anything to do with all that hammering and nailing, do you? No. I mean, it's a solid wooden horse, right? Also, how big would this horse have to be that they could put in so many people inside of it? I guess they got out of it at night and then opened the gate and let the other people in, huh? Maybe it is all hindsight. It's like things seem obvious once you know them, but they're not obvious until you do. I'm sure, like, whoever let that in wouldn't make that same mistake again. Maybe at the time it was an act of incredibly ingenious creativity. Do you believe in God? I am a Christian. I self identify as such. They disguised it as a zebra. Hmm. That would. Look, if this were a giant wooden horse, I'd be skeptical. But it's a zebra. They're from Africa. You can trust zebras. Harry Sherwin. But, it's like, um, well, as I tell other people ask me about faith stuff, is that faith is a behavior that's exercised through prayer. And accordingly, it's not the sort of thing one makes arguments about. You don't affirm or negate in a faith based paradigm. From a typology perspective, is violence more often an impulse control issue, a moral failure, or a distorted belief system? Uh, well, impulse control issues and moral failure are not exclusive of one another. So one can have a moral failure that manifests as a failure to control your impulses. Regarding a distorted belief system, I guess you could say probably most people who engage in criminal violence, as opposed to say like boxing, sport violence, um, they probably have some kind of childhood trauma, but I'm not really sure. I mean, I didn't find Christianity. I became Christian when I quit drinking alcohol. Not right away, right? It's like I began engaging in faith-based behaviors, and that at some point became a little more specific than deism, and that Christianity is the best religion because it upholds the correct value, justice, and the correct virtue, forgiveness. So it just makes sense to pick the correct religion, I guess. That doesn't mean um, that the way people understand Christianity is correct, or that things that people ascribe to Christianity are correct, even if they're correct in ascribing it to Christianity. Because, unfortunately, people articulated the specifics of Christianity before people were capable of understanding things very well, of that kind of thing, anyway. And unfortunately, the Bible is written by, you know, random people who bring their own frame of reference to this purportedly religious text, so much so that huge swaths of the Bible have absolutely nothing to do with anything that links to religion. It's like, and then Josiah and Stan went to this town, and the innkeeper's daughter was comely. And when they had stayed a night, they said, "Bless you, for you are good in your ways." And so that had nothing to do with anything, right? I'm agnostic. Christianity isn't the best religion due to the fact that religions have a God that is only good and not dualistic. Some religions have a God that is only good and not dualistic. Well, what I mean by it's the best, I mean they have the correct basic frame of reference on stuff that's appropriately covered as a faith-based kind of thing. Like the Ten Commandments, it will tell you you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't kill, not commit adultery, whatever. Those are all. That's all an affirmation of negative rights as producing moral prohibitions. It's true also, though, that one of the commandments is you should honor your father and mother, and that doesn't qualify as the same kind of moral question and shouldn't be mixed in there with them. So Christianity is not perfect or anything. But it is true that the highest virtue to uphold is forgiveness, and it's correct to sort of position it above the highest value because injustice is bad, justice is good, forgiveness is divine, right? If you're going to pick Abrahamic religion and Christianity is the most consistent. Well, again, I'm just picking it in terms of what's not expressly wrong. So if you're looking at, say, Islam, it has a very communitarian frame in which it thinks that the best way to engage divinity is by following a bunch of arbitrary rules and specifics and doing a bunch of uh, like meaningless te stuff, se stuff. Whereas like Buddhism, the central idea of that is that desire creates suffering. The problem is we need to get rid of desire and stuff. Well, that's just absolutely ridiculous. The fact that the human experience can be painful is not a reason to think it needs to be different. Don't we inherently have dualistic minds, though? We're all capable of great good and great evil. I don't think that has to do with our minds being dualistic. I think, you know, sometimes people, I'd like to think that decent people, anyway, when they commit sins, they do so because they don't, they're unable to correctly process the the weight of that until after they've experienced it. I've done wicked things in my life, but it's also the case that I've suffered at least as much from having done so as whomever incurred suffering from my wickedness did. Because you have to live with yourself forevermore, you know? Why wouldn't God be both good and bad? Because people, entities, gods, or whatever aren't good or bad. Moral calculi are done on actions, not on people. We might use a shorthand, that guy's evil, when that guy has committed a bunch of evil acts, but technically, we're not using the words right. Only actions or prospective actions have moral statuses. So, would a dualistic God be like a God that half his face is an angel that's white and half his face is a devil that's black or something like that? Made in the image of not like God, there's a distinction, albeit not clear. We were made of clay despite the fallen angels. That is, if you believe in classic Christianity. Yeah, well, I mean, I understand that religious faith is not an explanation, and I don't expect it to behave like one. I understand that religious faith is not an affirmation or negation, and I don't expect it to behave like one. I understand that religious faith is not an advocacy, and I don't expect it to behave like one. I let things be in their proper lane. Well, it would necessarily be the case that Christian God created both good and evil because he created the system itself according to Christianity, right? Like either he created things that had free will, knowing that it would enable them to do evil things, um, or he uh, created things that right up at the gate were already evil. Those are the two possibilities. The more sensible one would be the former, that just as you can't you can't create circles without also creating roundness, so too you can't create free will without creating instances where people use it wickedly. Oh, but I personally think it is an affirmation. The notion that science is contradictory to religion is almost purely Western belief. It's not contradictory to it. Um, it's doing a different thing. So what like science is doing is trying to explain things, whereas faith is having a relationship with God. It may be true that some people who don't understand faith properly might try to use their hammer to um, paint the walls with, right? And they might be very insistent that you're painting the walls wrong if you're not using their hammer to paint the walls. But that's not informative about religion. That's informative about those people being wrong about religion. Diabolical forces are formidable. Those forces are eternal and they exist today. The fairy tale is true. God exists and the devil exists. And for us as people, our very destiny hinges upon which one we elect to follow. Well, again, one's relationship with God is not a decision to be made, right? It's it's part of a larger kind of box of epistemic stuff that behaves in accordance with its own implicit identity, right? Like so, yes, people mistakenly think that because faith serves them well in its appropriate place, it will serve them well in inappropriate places. But that's just because they don't know any better. Forgive them. They know not what they do. I'm just as agnostic to atheism as I am to theism. Invisible Sky Daddy did it, and I'll have my random chance are equally crazy and unverifiable. I don't say things that could just be my mind and me pretending. I only make claims I can verify, unlike others. I think you mean substantiate. Others would verify. I don't I believe that it is in good faith is unlikely given you are human. As much as you believe what is in good faith. Hi, family dude. Welcome, Netherlands. Do you kind of wish you were still Holland? What? You are still Holland? Okay, if you say so. And you're Dutch too? Wouldn't that mean that you're from Deutschland? No? Okay. You Netherlanders always confuse me with your different names for yourself. Agnostic is okay. The thing is, atheist, agnostic, whatever, if you are treating them as though they're positions, then you've already missed the boat. You're saying, no, I need to check the tires on this boat, right? Because the boat's already sailed into the water. But if you're thinking it's a position, you're trying to say, okay, well, regarding the matter of whether a boat does a good job of being a boat, I'm still going to check to see if it has good tires on it. It's not a position. One's relationship with divinity or faith is expressly not a position, and that's where people get in trouble all the time. They think that that because they get benefits in some way from their faith-based behavior, that that justifies them trying to position it as a position, an affirmation and or advocacy. That's why people evangelize and stuff. Obviously, nobody could possibly ever know what religion you should be. I can know what religion I should be. I can know which religion is least wrong about core, like, value, virtue issues, but that's not a good reason to be that religion. You know, the only reason anybody should have a faith-based relationship with God is because that's the behavior they want to do, you know? And if they feel as though they need to justify it as argumentationally to others in order for it to be legitimate, then they need to go back and revisit what a relationship with God actually looks like or means. No, no, no. It's not my position because it's not the sort of thing one takes positions on. Because a relationship with God is necessarily predicated on faith, which is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence, to imagine that one could have a position about whether another person should engage in faith is insane, right? It's completely insane. It's like saying, uh, I have a position on whether you should twiddle your thumbs to self-soothe. How could there even be a prescriptive thing about that, right? I don't know how you should self-soothe, just like you don't know how I should use faith. whether in a religious capacity or in some other capacity, because faith definitionally is a frame of reference that's not predicated on correctness or argumentational primacy. It's expressly not an explanation or a position about things. I mean, basically, again, you said when you see complexity, you expect a designer. Then you're saying, I want to check to see if this faith thing works as an explanation. No, because it's a boat, you're not going to find tires on it, and that's not a deficit of the boat. But I mean, still, the point is, it doesn't have any tires. But that's not because it fails to be roadworthy. It's because it's a boat. Joe Schmo's kept commenting me on this horrible. Oh, maybe you're talking about the Foyer fan. The Foyer fan is a nice fan. I like it. This fan I do not like, but this fan is cool. You know, it's like that one guy came in sometime back saying he had this quote unquote proof of God, and he he never was able to articulate any warrant at all. I looked at some other sources version of it, and it's the stupidest thing. It's incredibly stupid. But the point is, he was like, "No, I'm defining faith as loyalty, confidence, and trust." So, if you're going to define faith like that, then then God, your relationship with God doesn't involve any kind of anything that's any different than, say, uh, reasonably expecting there to be cereal to buy at the supermarket. That's right. That's right. It's the only rational position to hold, and it fully validates. And my proof is that's what people who are atheists they need, right? In order for them to have faith, they need to not have to have any faith. Obviously, belief in God requires faith because it's like what makes prayer distinct from talking to a living person is the lack of confirmation in explicit, expressed, and clear ways that the other party has heard and understood you. Old head, failing to understand Kabbalah. Yeah, I don't really understand the Kabbalah at all. Incredibly stupid sounds like a real American to me. Oh, it's not just Americans who are stupid about this. It's like it's no more stupid for a Christian to try to claim they can prove God than it is stupid for an atheist to say that because it doesn't validate on justification systems that don't require faith, that you shouldn't have faith. They're both equally stupid because they're both making the same mistake. They're trying. One of them's trying to evaluate a car according to the standards of a boat, and the other's trying to evaluate a boat according to the standards of a car. Obviously, doing either of those things is incredibly stupid. Maybe the Europeans might be more likely to do one or the other, but neither of them wins any prizes for intelligence. What about, I don't know what that says. DUKW? I mean, the thing is, you can have something that's both a boat and a car. You could have a car that's got like a boat part attached to it so that you can drive directly into the lake. And you can try to waterproof that and everything. But the thing is, to remember is that's not a good solution for either your boating needs or your car needs. It ensures that neither need is met adequately. Yeah, my analogy is the boat. When the boat is thought of and used properly, right, it doesn't have wheels. If you have no intuition at all, you might say, you know what would make this boat better? If we added some wheels in it and hooked them up to the boat engine so it could be a car sometimes too. People do that, but it never results in it making the thing better to make it something that is not as well as the thing that it is. It's like maybe you love chocolate mousse and maybe you love salmon. That doesn't mean it's a good idea to put salmon with chocolate mousse in a blender and mix them together. It doesn't mean it won't ever happen. People often are wholeheartedly committed to terrible ideas. I'm not interested in being smart, Glob, and that's whatever your name is. Being smart is not, that's not a status worth anything at all, right? Like, I don't respect intelligence, but I do respect correctness. Some of the people I think are the best people I know are not talking about abstract stuff at all. You seem to think that I'm being correct because I want to display as smart. I'm being correct because I don't like wrongness. In lots and lots of ways, I am a complete retard. You know? Just even prioritizing correctness is retarded because understanding things is not helpful in life. Not the kind of things that I understand, anyway. And correcting people when they're wrong is not a good way to make friends and influence people. And I would like to be liked and influential. So why don't I take a different tact? Because I'm an idiot. That's why they let me compete in the Special Olympics. Well, that's from your worldview. Your standards for validation are different. Some people genuinely do believe all the prices are there among pretty much all the pieces are there among pretty much all the religions. Well, I mean, like I said, it's not the sort of thing one argues about. So the only reason, the only thing I'm doing here is explaining that the reason there's any dispute between us about religion is because you are making a category error, not you specifically, but you are making a category error that uh, misunderstands the job of faith. It's not because your positions on it are wrong, it's because having positions on it, affirming positions on it is wrong. It's a category error. Simple as that, right? To an agnostic, both positions are equally making the same mistake, claiming to know the unknowable. No, but basically, you're ignoring what I'm saying. Exercising faith is not a claim of knowledge, right? It's not an explanation. So when I tell you that I'm a Christian and that I engage in faith based behavior, I am not claiming to know anything because I'm exercising faith properly. I'm recognizing it as an engagement that has a duration, whatever else you want to call it, but that it is not, expressly not, making claims. It's not predicated on claims either. Any more than jogging is predicated on you providing a justification for going jogging. You can keep repeating the same thing, but the same problem will keep being pointed out by me about what you're saying. Like agnostics have the right position. They acknowledge they don't know whether they should go jogging or not. Okay, well, so are you saying the person who does know he should go jogging is wrong about that? It's, you see why I'm saying that would be in a category error? You can describe your behavior as I'm not somebody who prays, or I'm not somebody who engages in faith based behavior, or you could describe your behavior as somebody who does. If you're talking about it as though it were as a label you can determine by a person's whether or not they know this or know that, well, then you're treating a behavior like an affirmation or a negation or an advocacy or whatever. No, being a Christian is not making assertions at all. My Christianity comprises my prayer and my relationship with God, that is obviously something that's personal and subjective. Um, I'm not making any assertions. So if you're saying like, well, Eric, you're a Christian, surely that means you claim that Jesus is the Son of God. No, it doesn't mean that. That would be ridiculous of me to make claims when I'm talking about a faith-based behavior. I don't make the opposite claims either. I don't negate those claims either. Why do people love to worship dead man whom his own denies? Whom his own denies? I mean, who was forsaken by his father? I mean, like I said, worship, prayer, faith does not require any reasons for it, right? Jesus Christ. Why don't you just ask, what is wrong with these people? Why do they play the tennis? Don't they know? Stupid racket, not real ball. You don't get, you don't get that, like different things have different ways. I don't make any claims. Why would I need to? Are you saying like in order to successfully pray, I need to first say to myself, I claim that God exists, and I claim this and I claim that. Why would I ever conceivably need to do that? I don't know. I I am not stuck in that wrongness that you seem to assume I'm stuck in. What's morality? Well, there that's a somewhat involved question in that there's moral reasoning, say a negative rights kind of moral reasoning, which articulates that rights confer a duty onto others, and the failure to uphold that duty represents a moral failing if it's an intentional act, right? So we can determine rationally and consistently those things that are morally prohibited when those moral prohibitions comprise rights violations. Then you have, additionally, positive rights morality, which is essentially collapses down to a rights violation as well, but the rights attained via contract and via consent agreement by distinct parties rather than a universal obligation conferred by the right to your body as your property and so forth, you know. Then you've got stuff like professional ethics, where people have a reasonable expectation of certain kinds of behavior, and even if that behavior isn't rights violatory, it it represents a violation of some sort of professional code. And then you've got virtue ethics, which is to say positive moral indications, matters like should I give money to this charity or something. Only only the first two things I talked about are issues of morality that can be or are are morality stuff that can be resolved purely through reason, and you don't need any kind of, you know, you don't need any magical thinking in order to be determinate in your conclusions. On the other hand, positive moral indications, there is no universalizability out of that because obviously there's no way to determinedly resolve the question should I give my charity money to the Humane Society or to the Feed the Children in Africa charity or to neither. There's no right answer to that question. So you can only navigate that question through either acceptance of ambiguity and reliance on subjective signals like what you feel like doing, or through some kind of magical thinking frame like prayer. And perhaps a more interesting thing related to this is the last kind of morality, which is negative moral indications. So it is the case that you can be cruel to somebody and not violate their rights. Intuitively, we would tend to agree that cruelty, let's say animal cruelty even, is morally wicked, but we can't sustain that claim argumentationally because the reason it's wicked links to like how it makes you subjectively feel, or I guess you could say it links to the capacity to put yourself in the other person's shoes. And that capacity is the subjective epistemic. Like you can use a disinterested calculus or an interested calculus. The interested one, that goes with putting yourself in another person's shoes. So that's not a justification that can sustain argumentational claims regarding statuses linking to non rights violatory behavior that's nevertheless harmful. To correctly determine the moral status of such behaviors is reliant on the intent of the person doing those behaviors. And unlike uh, a rights calculus, we like it, with the rights calculus, we don't need to know the intention of the person if the prospective action is being considered for moral legitimacy before the action is taken, because then the matter of intent is built into the solution. You see, uh, if a if a rights violation occurs and it's after the fact, we still don't need to know about the intent to determine whether liability was incurred, just to determine whether it's civil or criminal. For things that aren't rights violations, the only conceivable way to know whether it qualifies as wicked is to say that we need to know the intent. Uh, I might say something that turns out to have hurt your feelings, but I didn't mean it like that and didn't anticipate that. Well, then that's not going to comprise any kind of moral failing. Whereas if I intended it, then it is going to comprise a moral failing. But the problem is then you've got the question of whether or not that comprises an obligation, a moral obligation. You've reduced it to being the same question um, as whether or not you intend to do well. But we already know that intention isn't determinate on the question of liability, as in rights violations. So why would it be determined on the question of moral liability in terms of incurring a status? Because after all, you don't necessarily know whether somebody's going to take "yeah" as a compliment or an insult, and um, it's like if you intend to be complimentary. Well, I mean, the bottom line is for us to meaningfully try to universalize some sort of obligation in that kind of context, we need to have the question of whether or not you're doing something uh, that is wrong in some way or that induces liability in some way be separate from the question of whether or not your intention is good. Since the questions aren't separate, there's not really any clarity to be gotten on that. Do I think, therefore, that one should address these questions through prayer? I think maybe some people do. I don't look to God to be informative on these kinds of uh, complex reasoning questions, you know? Like, if I am going to look to God for help with epistemologies, it would be like, help me to have clarity regarding what my path should be. So, I mean, it'd be some kind of knowing thing, right? It wouldn't certainly be deliberation. Can you do my math homework for me? It's not something to ask God. I don't think you're understanding it now. Faith doesn't require a claim. No, yeah, I'm praying, right? Which is an act of faith, an act that a faith that says that expresses in a number of different ways, right? But what it doesn't express as is a claim. If I were going to claim that God existed, that claim isn't something that you make to yourself, right? What would qualify as a claim is if I thought that the statement was something that I should affirm, then all of a sudden it's a claim. If something is not a statement that I think I should affirm, then it's not a claim I'm making or substantiate, right? Like the idea that I would need to substantiate a claim to myself before engaging in prayer is very, very strange. Normally, one never needs to substantiate any claim unless it comes in under critique, unless it's disputed. That's what initiates the uh, the flow, right? Where now, okay, so I've made this claim. Now I need to provide the warrant and the impact. I need to make sure that that is paired with other claims, warrants, impacts that combine together to create my affirmation and work underneath the articulated framework. Obviously, I'm not making that claim because I'm not saying that, right? I'm not here arguing with you and saying, no, God does exist. Then if I that we know I'm not making the claim because we know exactly what it would sound like if I were making the claim. If I were making the claim to you that God exists, I would say God exists. But I've not been saying that, have I? If I were making the claim to you, if I were making the claim at all, I would make it to you here because it's contextually relevant. I would make the claim that Jesus is the Son of God. I am not making that claim, and we know I'm not, because if I had been making it, it would sound just like that. Wealth is not based on gold. It's their religion. Whose religion is their religion? Everybody's? Yeah. My life is perfect. Why not be happy like me? I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I don't know, Winston's mom. I don't know what they don't get about faith. I would argue, however, many of the major religions do. Well, it is the case that many, if not the vast majority, of people who have a faith based paradigm that they employ some of the time, the vast majority of them don't correctly understand it in terms of how to keep it in its lane, right? And they mistakenly believe that they're not allowed to engage with God without making claims about his existence or something. Who knows why they think that's what they do? But yeah, people are horribly wrong. I already know that. And the thing is, I never go around telling anybody else how they should practice their Christianity until and unless they start telling me how I should do it. Then I'm telling them you're practicing it wrong because the way you're practicing it means you think it's a good idea to tell somebody else how to have faith. So I'm not really even critiquing, like saying you should have the same relationship with God that I do. I'm just basically saying, oh, for the love of God, will you shut the fuck up? Nobody wants your evangelizing garbage. You don't understand things well in general. Why would we listen to you if you don't even understand things well enough to realize you shouldn't be proselytizing? Not about that kind of thing. I understand that faith, I don't think that necessarily needs a claim. I'm just curious why you choose to identify as a Christian without identifying as any of the core beliefs. I do identify with the core beliefs. I believe that justice is the highest value to uphold, and virtue is the highest. I mean, forgiveness is the highest virtue, justice is the highest value. That's consistent with Christianity. Why am I a Christian as opposed to, say, just a deist? Well, the I find the whole Christ narrative just intuitively, subjectively right. Like that's exactly the religious narrative that I want to build prayer around, which is one that says we are all sinners, we're all filthy with sin, and but we can understand an ideal that excludes sin through the this entity that we call the Son of God, who interceded on behalf of humans to attain forgiveness from his wrathful Old Testament father. I like the narrative. The thing is, I'm not making claims about it, though, right? I'm not saying you should agree with me about yeah statements about Christianity or that you should practice Christianity this way or that way. I do have reasons why I prefer Christianity over alternatives, but that's not the same thing as making claims about God or Jesus. That's making claims about the right frames of reference for things like values and virtues and what comprises a, I guess, um, a spiritually complete narrative for me. Like what 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 ought to be matters that I concern myself with for the issue of magical thinking. Well, certainly I am very prone towards self-loathing for every failing of mine, and when those failings in some fashion have wronged somebody, I I would like to be forgiven. I would like to forgive myself. That's difficult. But at least Christianity provides a narrative of a person who was the Son of God who was able to understand so clearly that the morally correct approach of forgiveness was always and by default obvious to him. You know, stuff like that. I'm not saying that you can't deal with ethical or moral issues in ways that don't include any magical thinking. That's totally fine too. You know, my way of dealing with those things and my relationship with Christianity is I am doing description here. I'm describing my relationship with it. It is not an advocacy. I am not saying you should agree with me. Hello, Vegas. But if you don't believe Christ was any kind of divinity, then it seems odd. You know, the problem here is the word believe. People like this word believe, but it's not a word people should use because it doesn't mean anything precise. What people do is they make affirmations or they make negations. They might do it out loud or they might do it in their head. If they do so consistently, if they make the same affirmation or negation consistently about the same topic, then another person might correctly refer to that as that person's belief if what they mean by that is the affirmation you're going to get every time that topic comes up or the negation, right? But there's absolutely no reason for any person to think they have beliefs themselves because that would be like saying um, that these claims uh, no longer require substantiation or something. That I can make these claims without doing my job of being able to correctly affirm it or negate it. I appreciate you. It's a good plan. What's a good plan? There we go. Once mommy got around to answering me satisfyingly without any need for hostility. I don't think I was being hostile, was I? Oh, I see. You're saying Winston's mom was being hostile. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe it's, it's a it's a strong adjective. Are you telling secrets? No, I'm not really telling secrets. I don't really have any secrets. I am in your heart. How big is your heart? I'm 6'5". Run to the love boat. I don't want to go to the love boat. I am with you, like it or not. This is the revelation. Make it zero. You're with me, whether I like it or not. Forever. I am a better man in my dreams. Hold my beer. I know we're not playing what is right now, but what other versions of faith have you looked into or explored? What are your stances on other religions, such as Buddhism or Hinduism? I mean, I don't think Buddhism's a religion. I think it's a frame projection of introverted intuition and extroverted sensing as a norm to uphold. Like, literally, and I did practice Zen Buddhism when I was in college. I sat Zen meditation and stuff. And, they literally say things like, what you need to do is quiet the monkey mind. Essentially, they're saying extroverted intuition is bad, and introverted intuition, especially in the third slot, is good. And if you're suffering, it's because you are having too many words in your head. That's just that's just like pathologizing people like me who attentionally aren't configured like that. Hinduism, I don't really know anything about it. I know that they let cows walk around everywhere. um, Islam, I don't like it because it's very much about it's super community. Christianity, you could say it's primarily individualist because it's about individual sin, individual responsibility for that sin, and and it's not about um, it's not because forgiveness is held up as the top level virtue. It's not so much about trying to be like the law, right? Whereas Islam, the Quran, is aspiring to be not just a religious text, but the law. Christianity affords Caesar his due, at least explicitly, and Islam does the opposite. So I don't like Islam. It doesn't understand its proper place in an overall world in which governance and stuff needs to be secular, and it doesn't respect freedom of conscience. And as it expresses in the contemporary world, it expresses like some sort of pre-enlightenment nonsense, where you get huge crowds of people in Egypt protesting that some filmmaker who made fun of your religion should be deported to your country so that they could be put to death. That's just barbaric. Um, I don't know. What other religions are there? Not really any other big ones, I guess. You don't get that very often. It's good to pitch in. Cows are cool. Cows are cool. Look, I'm not saying that if I happen to have a cow walking around the neighborhood, I would never let it into my house. I'd be very tempted to encourage it to come inside. Rachel, though, would probably put her foot down and say, "No, Eric, you're not letting the cows come inside the house."
You know me.
But I say, "But Rachel, it's not because I'm Hindu." And she'd say, "I know it's not because you're Hindu. That's not the point." I just want to say, I'm not judging Hindus for letting cows in their house because I could totally see myself doing it too.
You would. You would.
I would, yeah.
Your mother and your son.
Yeah, I would pet it. It would move. I'm imagining us having a wonderful time together, actually, me and this cow.
Where can I get more of these?
They are, they are in the candy cabinet. But did you use all the ones I gave you already?
Yeah.
You know that like I'll get one of those things out there and I'll use it for like weeks, the same one.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like I got blood on it, so
I just wiped that off my shirt.
Oh.
They're right here.
Oh, okay.
It's like I'm pretty sure that there's nothing left that you need to get out with floss at this point, probably. Right?
No. That's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, muffin. Somebody's gonna have a muffin. It's this guy right here, and he's pretty happy about it. It's one of those little flosser things. It's got a pointy end on this end and floss on the thing. The pointy end stays good forever. I just wipe it off on my shirt and dig in there with the pointy end again. The flossy end, it starts getting a little frayed after a bit, so that's why it doesn't have like an infinite shelf life. Have to make a new pot of coffee. I'm not gonna waste a muffin load on some non-coffee beverage. It's like to properly eat a muffin, you have to have coffee with it. If you try to eat a muffin with just like a bottle of water, you're gonna just say like, "This is such an inferior muffin experience. I wish I had just had a non-muffin." Because muffins, they might be called moist, but if you do call a muffin moist, you should add the qualifier for a muffin. Moist for a muffin. It's not going to be as moist as, say, jelly-filled donut. All the leaves are brown. Well then, where is the support then? Amber? Yes, Bradley? Call ICE. Call them right now. I saw some brown leaves outside. All of the leaves are brown? Every single one of them. Why? Because I painted them all brown? Oh. Well, that answers that question. Why are the skies gray? Just because of clouds. Oh. Oh, Oh, I have forgot. I have to tell you. I have to tell you. I did a brief Google phrase today. I Googled Telly Savalas, Who Loves Ya, Baby? And because I was trying to find a YouTube clip of him singing it, you know. I did way better than that. When the first result pops up, it is a song that he made. Telly Savalas made a song called Who Loves You, Baby? That's half spoken word and half singing, and that includes him saying, Who loves you, baby? It, I was, I, when first the other day, I thought to myself, didn't that guy Telly Savalas say, have a saying include like baby or something? And I looked it up. I had no idea what a treasure trove of wonderfulness I was unlocking. Not only did that guy have a saying, that saying was fantastic. Who loves you, baby? Not only did he have that fantastic saying, he already wrote a song that's called Who Loves You, Baby, featuring that fantastic saying as a spoken word component. What a hero Telly Savalas was. What a hero. He was a smoker. You could hear it in his voice in the interview I watched the other day, and in the Diners Club ad starring Telly Savalas that I watched today. Did somebody give any money? Who gave me money? Thank you for giving me money, whoever gave me money. Sorry if I didn't notice it when you did it. That's my bad. Sorry. Thank you. Those male actors who could not sing or dance did a bunch of singing, talking videos back then. William Shatner did. MacArthur Park, Leonard Nimoy did. Yeah, I knew William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy. Um, but I did not expect that list to include Telly Savalas. And he doesn't just speak words, he's just singing on the song too. And it sounds like it sounds exactly like what you'd imagine it would sound like. It's got this kind of, I guess, Tom Jones-ishness to it, slash 1970 whatever ish sound to it. I don't know if I'd get copyrighted, but I could play a little bit of it for you, or I could at least put the link to Who Loves You, Baby. You know, Telly Savalas, he liked to use the Diners Club card when he traveled to Atlantic City, Las Vegas, Reno, Tahoe, or the Caribbean. That's what it said in his Diners Club ad earlier. Are you going outside or what? In or out? It's cold out there. You're going to cause me to freeze my nipples off. You know that my nipple, I lose more heat through my nipples than through all the rest of my body combined. Oh, well, thank you, Samuel Munoz. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge your kind gift when you gave it. I'm sure you're not here anymore, but life is amazing. It makes me happy. Now, no, it's probably weird to say seeing you are passionate about something, spreading your joy and knowledge and human connection are really cool things everyone should seek. Well, thanks. I'm JoJo. That's very nice of you to say. I uh, I appreciate that. I I don't necessarily feel pleased with myself I've when I've gotten to I don't know, pedantic or what have you, because then I feel later like, oh God, Eric, here you go again, carrying on about meow. Just can you play it cool sometimes and just, I don't know, talk about how nice the weather is or something? It's pretty nice, by the way, if you were wondering. It's nighttime right now, so obviously they've turned the weather off. But I think tomorrow's going to be another pleasant day. Yeah, they started turning the weather off at night to save money. I was just like, nobody really goes outside at night. We don't need to keep the weather on 24 hours a day. We already keep the moon on 24 hours a day. Then somebody reminded them that they only keep it all the way on like one day a month. Well, I mean, that's all the way on. We do keep it sort of on. We can talk a little bit more about muffins. Muffins are one of a variety of breakfast pastry choices that one might make and that I do sometimes make. But inquiring minds want to know, is it really the best choice for your breakfast pastry selection? I actually got these ones this time on the grounds that they're somewhat less sugary than the thing that I might by flavor alone prefer. Namely, the cheese Danish. Cheese Danishes are my favorite breakfast pastry, I think. Sure, sometimes I'll enjoy a donut or what have you. But I guess it doesn't even qualify really as a breakfast pastry if it isn't at least somewhat sugary. It's not really a breakfast equivalent to like the dinner roll, you know, or croissant. Croissant uh, is not so sweet. It's not really sweet at all. I mean, you know, it's sweeter than a pile of salt, but mmm, that's good. You know, I think we could well enough claim that cinnamon is the most breakfast of all the spices. Why I chose these cinnamon muffins instead of the paprika muffins. They didn't really have any paprika muffins. I don't know exactly why I thought this was going to be less sugary than, say, blueberry. I think because I sort of processes cinnamon. Crumb basically means sugar, though, so it's actually quite sugary. You know, in general, I'm trying to move back in the direction of my sugar, I guess, keto-ish diet that I was on. After I tested negative for diabetes, I started kind of going back to my old ways, but uh, I want to split the difference and not go all the way back to my new ways, but move back in that direction. So these cinnamon caramel muffins were a bit of a misstep on that journey. The blueberry muffins would have been less sweet than this. But I still think these have less sugar than the cheese Danish. I'm just guesstimating it by taste bud. I haven't looked to see. I don't think these kind of things even have that information on them. Well, maybe they do on the bottom there. My air elements. What does it say? Oh, seek the water elements in his chart. He needs fire. My air feeds fire. No, I'm not Epstein. I don't even look anything like him at all. Well, Rachel, I've got two answers to the question, who loves your baby? The first answer is you. Hopefully you love me. The second answer, though, is Telly Savalas. All right, so let's find it. Let's look it up here, and let's enjoy a moment or two. Even at the risk of getting copyright claims. Copyright claims is not a big deal. It's just, it's not like a strike. But what I'm going to do here is share with you a brief peek into the mind of American and Greek hero icon, musical genius, and all around wonderful man, Telly Savalas. All right. I have to put this here. There we go. 1975. This song is just 4 years old, younger than me. "51 years young," okay? Right? Just like you thought it was going to sound, huh? It sounds exactly like you'd imagine it
to figure around, and you find yourself flat on the ground.
Oh, Telly Savalas.
Now, for a while, you might take that abuse and convince yourself to stay loose. But then one day, he'll throw you away and say you're good, but nobody's you.
Say it.
A better come your way. Turn your blackest night into
He
day.
does say it at some point in the song. I don't want to play that much of the song because I might get copyright problems, but he does say at one point in the song, "Who loves you, baby?" That's why it's called that. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but as a black guy, I'm curious about something. Why do white people have weird last names like Copperbum and Snoopy Dirt? And because sometime a long time ago, someone thought, you know, it would be fucking hilarious if my name were, you know, like my last name maybe could be, I don't know, undercarriage bramble or something. And they wanted to stand out from their neighbors. Their neighbors were all in with Smith and Jones, and so Mr. Copperbum is like, I can call myself Copperbum. Why? Because my butt is like shiny like copper. That's why. Daddy, do we really have to change our last name to Gropey? Gropey Fondle? Yes, Gary. You're now Gary Gropey Fondle. Deal with it. All right. When Mrs. Smith called my name today, Gary Gropey Handle, everybody tittered. You always thought we lived in a simulation. I have a sexy nose. Well, got that way as a result of my rigorous regimen of smelling things. Let me demonstrate right now. Oh, yeah. That's some good smelling. The only way this could be any better is if I had smelling salts. If I was smelling some smelling salts and listening to Telly Savalas' classic hit song, Who Loves You, Baby? Apparently, Telly Savalas was a big fan of gambling. You always thought we lived in a simulation. I don't think this is a simulation. I mean, I don't have any reason to think that it is. That's compelling enough compared against reasons why it's likely not, you know. But there's no really good definitive arguments about it either way because there's too much that we know we don't know. Like, we know that we don't know exactly how the relationship between amount of stuff being simulated and processing requirements, the ratio between those things will change in the future, or if it will. We know we don't know and can't think of any way to determine not only whether or not to determine what kind of simulation we might be in if we are in a simulation, even if we could determine that we were in a simulation, unless you know which kind of simulation you're in, that information is neither actionable nor meaningful because I can't think of how you could know you were in a simulation but not know which kind. But if somebody could come up with that, then words make things more complicated. The words I'm saying often articulate somewhat complicated things. But I don't make them that way. And to the best of my ability, I would like to be as concise as possible and as clear as possible. That's the thing about expressing ideas is you're trying to uphold several values. Sometimes two or more of them might be in conflict with each other. Like you're trying to uphold concision slash distillation, the to present words that can be quickly and wholly understood, and that also comprise distinction from some kind of alternative. You also want to, and part of that is you want things to resonate as holistically true or intuitively true, but you also want things to be precise and where possible for them to validate against TI standards, parsing standards. And you also want it to be, depending on the kind of writing you're doing, but it's like, say writing about typology, it's not really the case, but if I were writing fiction, I'd want some amount of novelty or surprise in there or something. If I were writing fiction, it would matter to me whether or not the things I'm saying are my original ideas, whereas it wouldn't matter to me in cognitive functions because cognitive functions, you don't need to uphold novelty of ideas just because nobody's already articulated it correctly. Um, you also have to uphold. You should also try to uphold kind of like end user stuff. Like I don't want to provide content that only serves the narrow interests of very negationary TI types, right? It would be worthwhile to include in there things like some kind of actual practical applications that could take the form somewhat of instructions on how to test or what kind of answers link to what kind of conclusions. It could also mean something like uh, how to, you know, results oriented approaches in appealing to meow type and anti results oriented approaches. Like, um, you're mostly going to push away somebody you're critiquing if you're critiquing them on 6 and 8 a lot, you know. You're going to have a lot more success critiquing them on 5 and or 3. You know, let's say you're dealing with an ESTJ who's saying, let's go to this vacation spot that you don't want to go to. You're much more likely to have success convincing them to go to a different vacation spot that you already went to before than for you to convince them to go to another new vacation spot that you come up with. Because SI is their tool function, and NE is their childlike third slot function, where they want to be the one who plays with that, not somebody else, right? Those kind of things comprise practical applications that people would more want to read than explanations of things. I want to read the super dry explanation. Ooh, look, a forwarding admonishment. Now listen, before you read this book, I want you to know there's not going to be any of that stuff that you want in here. None of that archetypal stuff, no metaphors. It's going to be dry as a bone. Thanks for checking out the channel, fellow Earth person. Let me look at your channel. I see NASA has already littered Mars with plastic. Well done, humans. Well, I've got some good news for you, though, at least Alec. It doesn't appear to be any animals there to get caught in the plastic. Poem 4. The choice chooser chose chosen. Ocean, dirt, air, and hot material make a world of choices. If I chose, I would choose no limitations. Huh. That title sounds like a title I would make up. The choice chooser chose chosen. Such a dirty life. Sorry, purity. Forever gone now. I wish you well. Believe me when I say this, Karma. Water courses you for your attention. Go. I will keep the air. That is all. Pretty good. My May Misses. Mrs. May is mothered by April. Collected starlights gather for a particular moment, and on a particular day, the sun changes fire's intention. Thus it was a wisdomless night, but not a wisdomless sky. May misses Mother April because she's mother to June with no guidance. Years we know to be may never bloom. Maybe May might marry meteor lights to ease the weary of uneasy nights. Let such a thing be true before the embers require more than ember lights. I'm going to go ahead and push thumbs up on those 4 poems I read. There you go. You got one of these on at least 3 and maybe 4 of those posts. Imagine seeing a Coca-Cola can on the ground on Mars. You believe in the functions manifesting in a person's eyes? No, cognitive functions are ways of paying attention. They aren't body parts. If you're saying, do I think that eye motions are revelatory regarding how a person is paying attention? Maybe, but not reliably. Like, it may be the case that certain eye motions do link to a person paying attention in a certain way at that moment. But even if that were the case, it's not going to tell you anything about their cognitive function stack, because unless it's polar, they'll be able to, at least to some extent, display that manner of attention when prompted directly. And also, like, let's say you're doing a typing session where you're asking somebody questions and you're trying to gauge what type they are based on their eye movements. Well, if you're asking a bunch of questions that require using SI to uh, produce the answer, and if that you're correct about the eye movements being like this kind of eye movement links to this kind of this to SI, then you still won't be able to draw any conclusions about what type they are because the fact that they're using SI all the time is links to the fact that you're asking a bunch of questions that require that kind of attention to answer them. Oh, you mean the appearance of the eyeball? I mean, it may be the case. I do believe there are things called like beta quadra eyes. That there are physical commonalities to most individuals who are an instance of a given type that correlates it stronger than random, right? But for the same reason with the eye movements, that's not a way to type people because it it doesn't have a there's no mechanisms there. There's no explanation as to why it's that way. So it's not informative except unless the correlation is established strongly to begin with, and even if that's the case, you could only use it to like double check slash confirm consistency with something you established via another more robust kind of test. Will tell my backstory briefly help? You can tell your backstory, sure. My May Misses was the best one I've read so far, I think. It's about the month of May, about to be over, and at that time of the month felt lackluster and unprepared. I guess that must have been from last May, huh? So you don't post that often. No, you don't. You don't post that often. I'm going to solve this problem by doing this and this. Right. You been cross-checking with Voltology in your type session? I mean, is there a consensus understanding of what a given voltological cue looks like and what conclusions to draw from it? You post when you feel clogged in the mind. Mind cloggage, huh? Have you ever tried using some mind liquid plumber? Don't worry, it's septic safe. In case you keep your mind poop stored locally in a septic tank rather than sending it away in the sewer. Do we not just leave that for the psychologists? Leave what for the psychologists? WD-40 spinal tap. would say regarding your type chosen law, then this is by no means determinative or definitive. That one title with the chosen, choosing thing, that does smack as very extroverted intuition thing to do. But I would not say that overall in reading your stuff that it was clear whether that represented it was clear at all about where your extroverted intuition is in your stack. So that title did make me think like that. That's an example of extroverted intuition, but it's minimally informative regarding your type ultimately because that's not how I test it, and accordingly, I can't trust my interpretation of the results. Because one thing that's happened over time is I've been able to come to trust my results from tests more confidently because I've had plenty of opportunities to try different forms of different test questions and like let's say you ask somebody a question that you think, hey, this might be a good way to determine where someone's FI is. And you ask them that and they give you an answer that turns out to be have been misleading when you factor everything in and you turn up what type they are. You thought that question was gonna they gave answer A that it was gonna mean they were FI front stack. They turned out to be FI back stack and they gave answer A. Well then you're not gonna probably ask that question again unless you'd asked it multiple times before and it had worked and then that time it was the outlier, the exception. So um, at this point, I've refined what kind of stuff I ask by excising stuff that doesn't link strongly enough, you know, and I trust the stuff that's left over to link strongly, or to at least to know how strongly it's going to link. My backstory: I was friends with my toys. My mom took me to an institution. I grew up in an institution. I never got to play with my toys again. That sounds like the beginning of a Stephen King novel. Did you get superpowers? I haven't gotten any superpowers yet. I only have regular powers. And I got the bad ones. I didn't get, like, able to exercise self discipline and accomplish things. Those aren't my regular powers. I got dumb regular powers, like make up little songs that you won't remember ever and will just have been like farts in the wind. I I chew on many lives and say random stuff to see other people's mental state. In a way, the consistency of doing that enhances my character as a goof who has depth. The poem was supposed to signify that. Hmm. I mean, I didn't glean anything from your poems except, oh, I guess this guy writes poetry. You say it's appropriate to say the interface functions have a jack of all trades matter of lesser none aspect. So as they put get and receive. Well, the thing is, they don't put get and receive. They they basically just put, but they're always paired with a knowledge function, which is receiving is their other function. So the just as action functions are always paired with deliberation functions. As far as getting goes, it is the case that you can ask questions for FE reasons rather than um, for like TI reasons. And I guess that would comprise, nevertheless, getting because it's a question, but but it's cleaner. You're asking a tough question that I've struggled with for a long time regarding interface functions and the mess they make out of the whole thing. I'd like them to just put information, but then that would require me to classify questions asked for just FE reasons as TI. Could comprise SE. It's kind of a form of action that, even though it's using words, isn't about the meaning of the words. But regardless, it does seem as though interface functions incorporate a little less clarity about their distinct boundaries than I would like, and than the other functions do. And the thing is, like, purely on a time frame scale, there's not a clear difference in that in the following sense. When I'm acting deliberating, I read your things, and it may take me a moment to process on TI grounds some things I'm gonna say or things that you mean when you say whatever. But it's fast enough and talking is slow enough that it plays out as much in as a real time responsiveness as an interface function would. But I guess the key difference is like we can imagine the action deliberation type making a full case before presenting it at all. And that action deliberation type, in this case, is going to be extroverted intuition action. They're going to be able to do all the deliberation, then present the whole case, and feel confident that nothing's going to have changed between Mia and Mia, and also confident that successfully presenting this case is not going to be contingent on the behavior of other people while you're presenting the case. So, in other words, I know I'm going to start here, but I won't know whether I should go here or here until I get some sort of interfacey stuff going on. That's not going to happen in that instance. Like a TE person, you take your car in to and say, my car is broken. Well, they don't know. They can't tell you in advance, these are all the things that it's going to need. They have to do diagnostics first. And find out things, and you have to predicate decisions now on stuff that you don't know yet. Like, well, when you do take that out, will that be the solution? Well, we don't know yet because I have to get this additional diagnostic work done. So everything's a dance, right? Whereas when I present my full case, I've deliberated out ahead of time. If it's the right kind of thing that I'm presenting, then it doesn't work like that. I not only don't need to know what your response is going to be ahead of time, I you need to know what my case is before you respond. WSS, a World Sociological Society. Yeah, well, I was disappointed by that as well because um, I felt like he was dissembling, and I don't like it when people use rhetoric to dissemble instead of dialectic to resolve questions. I just copy and pasted the link and will watch the video after the stream. This live is an official, verified safe space. Oh, thank you for verifying my channel as a safe space. YouTube live support. That's really YouTube, you guys. It's got to be them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have that name. Well, the way I thought of it is they have to be the most dynamic function as they require a level of responsivity at the baseline that the other functions don't. Right, but I would say that that additional responsivity that's required is provided by the fact that it's paired with a knowledge function such that there's no time required to before you reach this status, it just hits instantly. Well, by golly, shoe buckle, hush, wash, wash. Look at the time. I gotta go, folks. So see ya in 2 shakes of a lamb. Yeah, see ya. Hey, I'm still up, still down, still in the middle, and all the way around. I did have a dog before, and it did do that every once in a while. I think that maybe it would be a good idea to launch all of our litter into space. And then just let it burn up on reentry. Well, I'd be pessimistic about it. Little songs living in the moment is sometimes something we need. Seeing you dance to your favorite song, I think, is healthy for everyone. To be honest, I struggle to understand. Oh, well, I appreciate that. I do like those things. I like to do those things. I just feel like perhaps I'm not productive / responsible enough often enough to have earned that. But it's what I'm gonna do anyway, I guess. So it's what I'm gonna do anyway. Well, aren't you a rebel, Eric? That's right, I'm a rebel. I'm part of the Rebel Alliance. I don't approve of Emperor Palpatine and his autocratic ways, okay? What I do approve of is using the Diners Club when I dine out in Atlantic City, Tahoe, Reno, Vegas, or the Caribbean. I'll tell you what else I also like. I like it when a no nonsense, but compassionate, cool guy that smokes a lot, also solves crimes on the side. No, I'm not talking about Shelley Duvall. It's Telly Savalas. You know that. And as always, when I talk about Mr. Savalas, I have one primary question that I need you so badly to answer. Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? It's Telly Savalas. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Oh, tell us all this does. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you good? I said, who loves you, baby? Oh, tell us all this does. Who loves you, baby? It's Telly Savalas. That's not Shelley Duvall. It's Telly Savalas. He's not smelly and tall. It's Telly Savalas. Who loves you, baby? You've been working on a bit on learning bevy. Well, I hope you encounter a bevy of learning. Yes, tell me more about how much SE sucks. It helps me cope. Well, let me tell you something right now. You can't spell sucky without SE, assuming you spell sucky SUCKIE. If I wanted to be, to either attain or fail in life based on doing stuff, well, then fine. I'll accept your standard because that's what I want. But I don't want to have to be all, you know, adult and stuff. I was not really meant to be a full grown adult. I try my best these days, but I do try to be adult. But you couldn't really say I try my best because if I do try my best, that means I'm doomed forever to always fail. If that's the best I can do, if that's my best effort, then forget it. I just. Guilt, I'm gonna tell you what you just did. You hit it right on the nose. Congratulations. Spoon high five. Oh, I mean, look, if we're going to use that metric for success, then I'm still doing terribly because instead of doing any of a number of possible things I could do with YouTube that would actually produce results like increased subs, I do this. And how many new subs do I get doing this every day, pretty much for many hours? This many lips. It looks like lips, kind of. Lips many. I agreed to help a friend who's a film major scorer student film, but I learned it's in a genre I've never produced. He wants something like I don't want to set the world on fire by the ink blots. I don't want to set the world on fire by the ink blots. I never heard of it. Needless to say, I've never produced anything like that. Well, thanks. I'm JoJo. Good day, Unc. Wishing you a great day. I'm wishing you a great day as well, mate. Good day, mate. JoJo, I once had a student And at Rebay, her name was JoJo. She went by JoJo. Her sister's name is Taylor. Uh, I don't remember if JoJo was the name that was on the roll sheet, but yeah, Mop sisters. Taylor was on my speech and debate team. She wasn't very good. She was a speech kid, but she was a good worker, good kid. Her little sister was so different from her. Her little sister was kind of like a little bit too cool for school in some ways, whereas Taylor was like a goody two shoes. Anyway, I liked that family. They were cool, good people. Those were interesting times. Back when I worked at Rebay, when I was working there for 3 of the years I worked there, my own daughter went to the middle school there. And that made those particular 3 years of working especially distinct in my mind. The blank archives? The internet archives? Oh, the esoteric archives? The word's esoteric, but it's not esoteric, huh? Yes, she did. Okay, sure. For 3 years, grades 6, 7, and 8. Pure media, I only do that during spring break. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up now. I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna watch a little TV. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. I got some new gabapentin today. No, the mascot was the frogs. It was the Rebay fighting frogs. But it was named after a guy whose last name was Rebay. I think a French guy who opened a private school that then grew, and then they moved to the building that Rebay used to occupy, where I worked. Anyway, good night, good luck, God bless, and don't forget to have a wonderful sleeping.